And it's part 3. Here we go. We should see, hopefully, the viewers being redirected. Let's wait for that count to go up. If you can see the stream, say hello in chat. Leave a like. You know the drill. Preparing the travel swap sequence now. Hello, someone is typing in chat. Hey, Joshua. Nice to see you. I see the viewers count going up. So that's a good sign. Welcome to part 3, the final 8 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans here with the International Racing Organization. And we are close to see the next driver swap sequence. The leader is on the final lap of driver stint number 8. Just over half a lap to go. And stint 9, then it will be our lovely voice of the IRO GT45 gaming again to guide you through that stint and enjoy us all with his expertise, knowledge, as always. And fingers crossed he will get some nice battles at some point during that stint. Last time around an arch corner, quarter 44 in race pace. A very, very relaxing 2-minute and 9-second gap for the esports racer startup team. The last couple of meters then. Borg has a solid stint. Increased the gap a little more and comes into the pit lane now for the driver swap. So this means we can shortly ignite the driver swap sequence. Hey Echo, good morning to you as well. Let's bring up the picture-in-picture mode. We should see the lead car sitting in the pits, waiting and for the fuel to go in, the tires change and all that good stuff. He should be released now any second. Coming out of pits. It is Candyman back behind the wheel for the 44. Oh no, they are moving again. Next will be the Overboost Racing team, the number 01, Piper. So no drama on the in-lap, at least for now. Play it safe, pit entry, don't get a track reset, and in they go. We still have the first two teams on the lead lap. In P3, the number 20 Aston Martin for Project One Racing is already one lap down, but has a nice little lead now. Pole sitter struggling. Oh, for those last couple of minutes. A higher place in the sister car. Right behind, and maybe going for a move. Or will it be bump drafting all the way? Looks like a bump draft. Definitely not going for an attack. A second penalty, half a second for both of the drivers. Where is Chris for Project One Racing? Approaching Indianapolis. Those two are still close. And it's Neo for Overboost Racing to leave the pits for stint number 9. So if you have missed it, someone also missed something for stint number 9, and that is this team, the number 5 car. The driver didn't make it in time to join the lobby, unfortunately, so number 5 will have a full stint disconnect, or a full stint void, whatever you will call it. That will probably drop them all the way down to P10 or 11 for stint number 10. And very unlikely for them to get a podium finish for this round. So P1R is in. Sector 7 Racing with both cars now also into the pit entry. So next up will be the 11 Project Platypus. In they go for the swap. And then it will be paymade for the number 3 car. So we are waiting for the green machine and to enter the pits, and then we go full screen for stint number 9 with the GT45 gaming again. Next route, it's France K88 for Project 1 racing in the number 20 Aston, and we go out on track. And in they go. So let's go full screen then with stint number 9.
It is today coming out in the 764 car, and new development is we do have an issue with, I believe, the number 5 car. We did see a car have to roll off in behind pit wall here before the driver's swap started, and the number 5 car seems to be getting some more service done to that Lexus here at Le Mans today, so highly unfortunate for them with an amazing comeback underway, and it's just another hurdle for them to have to overcome as time continues to dwindle down. So gutted. And I mean, Le Mans tests the equipment and the drivers to its fullest, and number 5 has definitely been feeling the bite of the nature of the 24 hours of Le Mans here this weekend, without a question of a doubt. So back to digging in, but they are going to have to dig in very quickly here, as we are 8 hours away from racing finish at this point. So is Project Platypus number 11, the BMW, now up into 5th place. That puts the 764 Aston Martin from Sector 7 Racing into 4th place. They're split now on with that unfortunate reality of the number 5 Lexus here from Sector 7 Esports, our current championship point standing leader as well. So not so good news for the number 5 car, but absolutely fantastic news for the number 44 car and number 3 car, just out on track here, as well as at 2nd and 3rd place in the championship point standings in order I said it, chasing them. So right now that is positions in between and potential points gained, especially as we're now 2/3 of the way through the race at this point. So devastating hit to the number 5 car. However, the race goes on, and that's racing, especially at Le Mans. So number 3 car is out 50 seconds in behind the number 11 car, and 20 seconds ahead of the 45 last minute racing GTR here, currently being piloted by River Ruckus. 6.5 minutes in behind the overall race leader, and we're starting to see the cars come up fairly close together here. So it's Total Wolf here for Loose Moose Racing. Number 35 Aston Martin out next, and very close in behind is that 66 GTR of the GT Finland Racing team here in 9th place as well. So everybody benefactoring from the car behind pit wall right now, gaining position and time on track. And the stories aren't finished here at Le Mans, as I suspected that would not be the case here today. I mean, we are still way too far away to predict who is going to win this race. I mean, there is definitely some very heavy favorites at this point, I think, if you've been watching for the entire racing weekend so far. But you can't put all your eggs in one basket here. I mean, racing is racing, so, and Le Mans is Le Mans. Alright, so race leader is out, 2:19 ahead of the number 1 Dodge Viper in 2nd place, and has a 2-minute 27 gap over 3rd place is number 20 Aston Martin. They have 12.3 seconds over the number 764 Aston Martin, chasing in behind in 4th place, and then there is a current gap of 21 seconds between themselves and the 5th place number 11 BMW Platypus Racing. That now takes us to the Grid Life Racing number 3 Lexus here, sitting 50.7 seconds in behind 5th place and holding a 22.5 second gap over the 45 last minute racing GTR. From there, it is a 26 second gap to our next driver, which is the 35 Aston Martin Loose Moose Racing, and very, very close battle here between themselves and place, 1.7 seconds separating the GT Finland racer number 66 GTR, and we will sit here with this as we're just slightly recapping as the things are developing as drivers now get into that transition period. Morning all, good night all. Hey, we feel it there. Great stint, my man. That was a great run there over the last couple hours. Alright, so it is our number 69 BMW FedEx Hunter Racing here. Next out on track is going to be Jack, so it is behind the wheel of this piece of machinery here in stint number 9 for the AHR race team, and it is 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind that current battle. We are now going back to here on track. Now that was down to 1.5 seconds, up to 1.9 seconds here, so it's too early to tell who's going to have the better advantage in this battle at the moment, as these drivers are just settling into the stint, fresh out on the new racing tires, and just getting the understanding of what the car is doing around the racetrack conditions. So it's interesting to see how quickly this battle will unfold, or if it unfolds at all. We'll keep our eyes on it here, but 2 minutes 11 seconds behind 9th and 10th place. We'll keep our eye as the remainder of the drivers do finish their driver swap transitions. Welcome back, everybody, or welcome in still, depending on what the case is. I know this is down part 3 of the stream, so a lot of you have had to come to the final rendition of our 24 hours version of the stream on the YouTube channel here, so welcome back. And don't forget to like and share that out. It is a new stream, so that means new likes and new shares count. I really do appreciate it. And skip there, so we're just going to keep our eye on that. And this battle is not changing at the moment, but it is definitely the most closest 2 cars on the racetrack at the moment as far as position goes. So we're definitely going to hang out here for a moment and watch it as things try to unfold here in front of our own eyes. Alright, so with 1.6 we came to start lap number 2, essentially here, racing laps. Now up to 1.9 seconds, so a little bit of a stalemate here at the moment as these drivers settle into the racing stint, but as we say that gives us a moment to come down to the 64 Mercedes from the Sector 7 Racing Mini Cougar team, and currently sitting in 11th position. That puts them 2 minutes and 14 seconds overall behind Jack, and the 69 AHR BMW currently had them roughly X amount of seconds or minutes ahead of the 12th place car, which is a black 77 BMW, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my goodness, a very early miscue right there from that Mercedes, and an interesting moment right there from Prima GTR. Is the car very uncharacteristically getting away from him there? We hate to have to do it to you, but the fans got to see it. Replay. So let's see if we can try and break down what happens here. Oh, a little bit there. He hits that bump and is on the throttle to maintain the speed. The kink there as we head into the first Mulsanne straight. And I don't think that the overall incident was quite as aggressive as the game showed. There's some net coding involved here. I think there was definitely a hit to the wall, and then of course the resulting after effects show it and indicate that, but I don't think there was a full-on spin there. I think it was just a hard hit on the wall, and then he had to gather the car back, but I don't think there was a full-out spin there. So I don't quite think the game was showing us the full detail, the real detail of what happened there. There's a slight amount of net coding there. However, it's still very unfortunate there on those cold racing tires, just trying to settle into the stint here, a little bit behind on the back foot as well, right? So very tough in the first set of laps here in stint number 9 for the 64 car, but I mean, that's just the way this racetrack is. There's no prejudice. It treats everybody like they're toys on its piece of the racing world, so you got to come and conquer without a question of a doubt, and that mistakes will be. You can't beat yourself up over them. That's the important thing you got to learn from and try not to make them again. And it is a team effort at the end of the day, so that's the most important thing. Alright. You hate to see it, but the fans love to see crashes. I mean, that's just the reality of racing. So 13 seconds separating France and Hidey here in 3rd and 4th place. So number 20 car and the number 764 car here in fairly close proximity. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just checking on something by request from one of our race control officials here, and we're just attending to that request at the moment here. So just bear with. Alright, just bear with the stream here for a moment. We're having a little bit of frame drops at the moment here. It should settle itself down shortly, so just uno momento, and we'll continue on doing what we're doing here. So, alright, the Project Platypus Racing number 11 BMW here. Nothing too crazy happening, nothing crazy happening. Things look like they're settling down here. So the 66 GT Finland GTR here, 2.1 seconds in behind number 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin currently. Doesn't seem to be closing in, seems to be losing just a slight touch with the Aston Martin front. So at the moment anyways, it appears we do not have a battle developing as it stands. That could very quickly change, however, with very simple factors like a traffic penalty. But for the time being, it does appear like Total Wolf has settled into the racing stint a little bit quicker than his competitor behind Snowman. This is a blue flag situation. It is our, I believe, 5th place car. Navigating around our 10th place car, you can see the flash of the headlights there from the number 11 BMW on the number 69 BMW there, just to let him know that, hey, okay, I would like you to take the blue flag procedure here. And of course, immediately responding is the 69 BMW right there. And lots of time there to give that position up. Trying not to just outright cost himself a whole bunch of momentum there, so that's why we see these elongated overtakes on these straightaways. It's just drivers letting up enough to allow that safe transition. That is all absolutely a-okay within the rules and regulations of the series. It is smart racing, so that was as a low-cost blue flag transition that the 69 car could give away, and ideally, essentially, the best. Better case scenarios for the number 11 BMW, trying to get around as efficiently and quickly as possible as well. A little bit of patience, a little bit of give and take is required in a blue flag situation from the blue flag car and the lead lap cars in the situation, no matter which car it is. So yeah, it was a very good transition. I'm just trying to keep up on everything at the same time here. Apparently overwhelming myself, so we'll just stick to one task at a time right now. And we've got Jay Spiteri here in 12th place in the R8 Black 77 car as well. They are now out on track, and all 13 teams are, 12 of the 13 teams are out on track under current racing conditions. One team in behind pit wall currently assessing what's going on with their race car. Should see them back obviously in stint number 10. And again, digging in and absolutely sending it is probably going to be on the agenda over 6 hours for that team now. But if any team can do it, it is probably going to be that number 5 car. The bigger question is, in such a short amount of time now, how much of that are they going to be able to make back up before the checkered flag? bit of chat here. Chat has always got lots of good, exciting things to say. Sometimes there's things that we can touch on within that beautiful discussions that our amazing viewers are always having here on the YouTube channel at IRO, so we do appreciate all that support as always. And the times are starting to go down under the 4-minute mark very quickly here. Candyman with the fastest lap of the session very early on with a 3:57.7. Obviously we will see those times come down more yet, as this is very early in the stint and the drivers are just settling into the racing machinery now and getting comfortable with what they got underneath of them and are making the adjustments that they need to make to the cars to get them essentially act the way they want them to. The number 764 Sector 7 car here, 17 seconds in behind the podium right now and has about 13 seconds to get over that Project Platypus BMW. So essentially really 3rd, 4th, 5th place is kind of just been bouncing back and forth between each other over the last 4 hours. Distantly in the background, the number 3 car was involved in that scenario here for a while, and we're still only 59 seconds in behind, so it's not completely out of the equation there for them yet either. They do have the number 1 Dodge Viper closing in behind them here, so a 2nd place car, so they are going to have to deal with that blue flag situation potentially here at some point in the near future. But as we've seen several times here already in the first 16 hours of the race, that these drivers are pros. They know exactly what they're doing, and this is a very comfortable, easy racetrack to navigate blue flag traffic. So shouldn't see too many complications on that front here from the racers and the teams on track as far as blue flags and being held up or not following protocol or procedures in that sense. Not saying that we've had that issue this season, just saying the nature of the racetrack and how much time that the racers have to make that adjustment procedure happen just makes it that much easier and that much more successful over the grand scheme of 24 plus hours of hard racing. So it's always nice when some things can be made simpler from one racing weekend to the other, but one racing weekend poses a new set of challenges from the next, and that's what keeps things very interesting, that's for sure. Probably more so in the paddocks and behind the scenes than it does on stream and in the booth here, as obviously we have the standards that we're trying to uphold and then certain types of things that we're trying to stay away from here and not speculate, etc. So to find balance of entertainment, right? We don't want to upset the ESP ratings board worldwide there and get a bad stamp of approval or something like that, right? You know. All right. 2.3 seconds is that gap for that 9th place potential battle here that we've been kind of keeping our eye on since the driver swaps have commenced here for stint number 9. 2.1 seconds is that gap currently on the racetrack. Again, these are the 2 drivers that are currently closest to each other for overall position on the racetrack, and it seems to be now that the number 66 driver is settling into that GTR and starting to chip away now back at that gap to the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. So we'll stick with this here for a few more sections of the racetrack and see if we get a really stint battle coming from some familiar foes here with each other this weekend at Le Mans as well. They've been around each other a fair bit, and there's been some good healthy battles between some of these teams fairly regularly throughout the first 16 hours of this race, and there's no exception between the 66 and 35 car. They are not unfamiliar with each other here today at Le Mans, that's for sure. I guess the biggest unfamiliarity for the situation would be driver having and how much understanding and knowledge of the current driver in the other car do they have. I think that really ultimately comes down to the bigger question is how much knowledge do they have on each driver, on each squad, etc. Right? It comes again, racing has its subtleties, it has its game, that's what makes it a professional sport. Everything is all top secret, hush hush, need to know information. And if you know, you know, and you don't, well, don't ask. You know what I mean? So this is par for the course. Par for the course. 1.8 seconds now this gap. 1.9, give or take a little bit there, but slowly but surely the GTEC racing team is chipping away at that Loose Moose racing team up in front here, so stick with it a little bit longer. Let's see what we see. Good entries and exits by both racers there through there as well, so a small gain in time on the personal best lap here from the 66 cars who went through there too as well. They were down a little bit more last sector, as I was somewhat paying attention to that, and slightly up, but that does also say that the 35 car is just as quick currently right now at this point in the lap as well, as not giving away any time, actually picking up some time back, so a little bit quicker. As you can see, a little wiggle and a slide there on the exit from the 66 car as well. It's going to cost another tenth or two on the exit here in the corner, of course, against the car that is a rocket under acceleration. That is not the best case scenario for the 66 car, so it'll get some of that back at the top end here, but it's not close enough to take advantage of the slipstream. Really get a good gain here, so it's kind of that battle to claw back in towards that slipstream range here again from the number 66 car, and while that's kind of happening and ongoing, we will check the field. So Candyman, 2 minutes and 24 seconds for esports races on 44 car in the racing lead. They've been in the lead of this race for the majority of this race and have been controlling the pace of this race for the majority of the 16 plus hours now race time on track. With that being said, this group of guys, racers, the number 1 the Dodge Viper, defending champions from 2024, have pretty much solidly been exactly where they are here for the majority of this 24-hour event, sitting in second place, trying to find an answer to the number 44 car up in front as well. And as you can see, they're just coming in behind the number 3 Grid Life Lexus here as well, looking to eventually make a blue flag scenario there and get around that number 3 car. Good morning, how are we all doing? Morning, hope you're doing fantastic. Hidey here for the number 764 Aston Martin in 4th place, has a 19.9 second gap in 3rd place, now starting to lose a little bit of touch with France in the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin. For some reason we skipped over our 3rd place team here, and they've been slowly but surely chipping away forward as well in this race, and this has been an ongoing process over the last 8 to 9 hours where they've really dug in and done some great work at moving forward. So currently sitting in that final podium position, but now the big hill is 2 minutes and 24 seconds ahead with that number 1 Dodge Viper up ahead in ORT. So the bigger goal here is in this stint, I think, for the number 20 Aston Martin and a Project 1 racing team, and I don't know this for sure, I'm just speculating because that's what I do, is to continue to open the gap to the number 764 car in 4th place, currently being piloted by Hidey. I mean, if I was in that position, that would be along the lines of what I would be thinking anyways. It's not just an absolute dark left field guess, it is an educated guess, but each team operates differently and thinks differently on different levels, so I could be completely wrong, but we still have 7 and a little bit of left hours ready to go. This is not the push, fall all out, take the risks and make the mistakes kind of time frame of the race yet. This is the final part of the cool, calm, collected part of the race where you're really just trying to dig in, cool, clean, safe, fast, consistent laps and make up as much time as you can. Now we're going to see basically the best of the best from each of the racing teams coming out over the last 6 hours, and each of them are going to have a task and mission to do, and that is going to be to drive the limits, start pushing the car, and hopefully you've got enough there left in the car and the driver at the end of the 24 hours to be in the best position you can be when the checker flag waves. So that's about where we're at scenario-wise here in a 24-hour event. So things are going to start to pick up here, especially as this stint starts to draw near an end. And as I talk about, I'm going to do a quick throw through here. We see a car having a slight moment on the racetrack there. I don't think that related to much more. I believe that was the Project Platypus car we've seen there, but the one thing I am seeing is everybody's on the same racing tire in to start things off here in stint number 9. So that means our exact discussion is exactly, I think, on point, because that means everybody's going to be on the faster compounded tire at this point. The Stint here, they're going to be pushing. They're going to be sending it literally to their limits here to try and start the momentum, start gaining that confidence in the paddock, or adding to that momentum and confidence in the paddock, whichever the case may be, to start doing what they got to do over the next 6 hours to the checkered flag. So we get the last of the calm racing, I like to call it, here at this part of the 24-hour race, and we start getting into the more drama. The story is not quite over part of the race yet. We have seen some story plot and chases and changes here, obviously with the number 5 issue here, currently sitting behind pit wall, not back out on track yet, so maybe seeing a penalty and then falling back down the grid here and coming into stint number 10. So that means they're going to have a ton of work to do in a short amount of time. They don't have 20 available hours out of them to chip away here. They're going to have to do it hard. They're going to have to do it lean, mean, and very, very quickly. So interesting to see how they're going to handle that. But they're definitely a team capable of making some noise in 6 hours, without a question of a doubt. Number 3 grid life car at 6th place here, a minute in behind the 5th place car and 18 seconds ahead of the number 45 GTR. A little bit of give, a little bit of take right now between the 45 and the number 3 team, and a little bit of give and a little bit of take between the number 11 and number 3 team, but I believe the edge is going slowly towards the number 11 BMW in that sense. As far as 6th and 7th place goes, I don't think there's really any gain there at this moment. It is pretty even between, it seems like, those two teams currently. Total Wolf here is 21 seconds in behind River Ruckus in the 45 car, and he's still holding strong at 2.5 seconds ahead of the number 66 GT Finland GTR. So the GTR hasn't quite found the answer yet for that 35 Aston Martin in front. It just seems to be driving at an equal pace, but can't quite get close enough to take advantage of that equal pace, maybe work together. This is a very good best case scenario early on in the driver's stint. It's very clear that the driver in front of you is on the same pace. If you can just find a way to grab enough time to get in the slip to get pulled in tight, this is the time that you create that two-man train and really utilize that equal pace to try and pull ahead further and pull time in. This is the time that you really start thinking about these things as you're progressing towards the end of a long race like this. So again, these are things that I'm sure everybody behind the scenes are thinking about. There's very smart people behind the scenes making these decisions as well. So you know that these discussions are being had behind the scenes. It's like I'm a fly on the wall in these garages sometimes, right? I know the insight. And I mean, let's be honest here. I ran this race last weekend with my own team in split number 2, so I mean, obviously we have some pretty solid information on what to expect. However, we don't know, you know, the driver's plans, their strategy plans. We don't know any of that. Obviously, here in split 1, we don't have access to the pit garages here in split 1, so we're not getting inside information. And we just know what we know based off of our own experience. And adding the pressure and pace up tenfold compared to our pace, and that means that the pressure in behind the scenes is up tenfold in the paddock. So they're making difficult choices all the time. Melvin is chipping away here at Hede. 10 seconds is that gap. 1.8 is the gap between Toto and Snowman here as well. So a couple of duos here for potential position early on in the driver's stint. This one a much more higher potential at this point in the stint right now compared to the other one. But it could work out well in timing. Hey, we might get one battle and then get another battle, and then we'll see what's next. So I mean, we definitely see some spacing. 16 plus hours into the race here now. I'm going to say 16 hours, 30 minutes official race time at this point now. Here in 24 hours of Le Mans, give or take a minute or two. We are seeing gaps, and we're seeing almost most of the cars off the lead lap at this point, but a lot of these gaps between the car ahead and behind are not insurmountable gaps. It is one mistake away from grabbing position kind of gaps. So the race is far from over, especially in the middle part of the field here. It's just mid-pack always shows the best racing in any event. It seems like no matter the distance of the race, with the exception of maybe a 5-lap sprint race, then maybe your top half of the field is going to put on the big show and hold the show. But at the end of the day, it seems like the mid-pack steals the show in the long-range races. So it's turning and showing and giving indicators that is going to be the case here as we run to the checkered flag as well today. But really kind of couldn't tell. All we can do is guess and make speculations and hope and wish and pray to the gods, the racing gods, that they give us a finish never to forget. Well, we talk about how the story has not been complete here yet at Le Mans. We have a new race leader, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the number 1 Dodge Viper of Overboost Racing Team, as we have just seen a disconnect, aka mechanical failure, from the number 44 GTR, and the first chink in the 44 armor has been exposed. Lap number 10 for that number 44 GTR. They do find themselves also now in the wrong side of the paddock wall. That is going to change things moving into 6 hours left in the race, and for the first time in the 24 hours of Le Mans here for the International Racing Organization, it is our defending 2024 champions now leading the race. Most likely not how they would like to see themselves in this position, but at this point, probably more than glad to be in this position for the time being. Can't think about what is going to happen when the 44 car finally does re-enter the race and where they will end up on the racetrack. What they can only worry about is what is happening currently right now live as it happens in front of them. That is what their pit crew there is for to decide, determine, and deal with. So that moves the number 20 Aston Martin up into second place currently here in the race with a 22-second gap over the now third place car, 764 Aston Martin from Sector 7 Racing. And let the stories unfold. They are unwritten. The plot has yet to reveal itself. And with hours and 20 minutes left in our 24-hour race here, the story is far from finished. Melvin now up into fourth place. Project Platypus BMW now finding itself one step closer back towards that podium, and that step is not a giant step at the moment, with only 7.4 second gap between themselves and the Aston Martin of the 764 team in front. So the excitement, the adrenaline, the drive, the willing to take slighter higher risk right now is 20% higher in the number 11 car, because 6 seconds is enough to just see that speck on the end of one of these Mulsanne straights, and that is motivation for a driver to really start putting in quality laps, because they want to close up and battle for that position. So we're keeping our eye on the number 11 car here, as you can see, continues to gain time on what is now our third place car here. Now that will change once everything is reintroduced and all the drivers, the number 5 car, the number 44 car, are reintroduced into the race next racing stint, and then we'll sort that mess out when we have to sort that mess out, but that will be on the lovely Jaeger to sort that out. So take that. I think it's Jaeger taking over after me. I could be wrong, and if it's not, well, that's what I get for calling out the wrong person. Alright, River Ruckus here in the number 44 5 Last Minute Racing GTR. This car did start on pole position here at the beginning of our race, currently sitting up into P6, potentially in P8 once the other two cars are reintroduced, potentially better. But worst case scenario, P8 at the moment. Best case scenario as it stands, P6, which is where they are sitting right now. And like I said, we can do the math, and we can give a pretty rough estimation on where they should slot in as the race sits right now, but we still have not roughly 75, 80 minutes left of racing time before next driver swap. It is just a very poor judgment call to make that call with that much stint remaining. If there was 30 minutes left of the stint, maybe I would sit down and do the quick math in my head and give that close approximation, but right now we're just going to leave that alone. And when stint 10 commences, we'll see where everybody's reintroduced in. But I tell you what, it is going to start to create a very interesting 6-hour chase to the checkered flag. That is for sure. You can hear the chopper of the helicopter camera team there up above the end of the second Mulsanne straight there, and quite low there for us to be able to hear it that well, especially with our headset roughly about 15 feet away from where we're sitting currently. So that's pretty impressive, I have to say. I mean, I guess if you're gonna have bad cars on a racetrack, fast cars, you gotta have some bad choppers with some fast blades. That means they're gonna make some rad. Alright, so ORT finding themselves leading Le Mans 24 hour for the first time here. 2-minute 23-second gap over the second place driver, number 20 Aston Martin team from Project 1 Racing. They have 25 seconds over the number 764 team Aston Martin from Sector 7 Racing, but they only have 3.8 seconds over Melvin from the Project Platypus Racing BMW, and he is on the hunt. He is absolutely just closing in right now on that number 764 Aston Martin. However, with that being said, that beautiful little half-second infraction that our track limit officials have decided to assess will slightly hinder that charge at the end of the Indianapolis sector here, but in the meantime, that does not mean he cannot continue to close that gap up until he has to serve that track infraction penalty as well. Things are getting juicy. We like juicy. 15-second gap between Tom and River Ruckus, and he is a little over a minute out from that top 4 position. So this is essentially the first of our non-lead lap cars here, number 3 Grid Life Lexus, and they are not off the lead lap by very much, or roughly about 9 seconds. So a section of this racetrack, not even a full section essentially. So just nibbling off the lead lap here. It was a little over 16 and a half hours into this race. So the top 4 are currently on the lead lap of the race. Let me verify that. Yes. So that would be slightly different, I think, if the 44 car was still in play. I think we'd only have 3 cars on the lead lap if that was the case, but that is most certainly not the case right now, as they are assessing their racing car as well. It has been flawless here so far today, and all of a sudden something went awry. So see what they got with 6 hours left in this 24-hour Le Mans as well. You can see how close it is between the number 11 and 764 car here. They're in the same camera frames, depending on how the camera's looking on the racetrack. So we see the exit of Mulsanne's here, and you can see that the Project Platypus car is pushing. He's trying to close in 2.4 seconds, but it is increasing the gap, not closing at the moment. So Hidey is winning the battle so far, but it is heating up here at Le Mans as we continue to roar through the French countryside. The sun is shining, the cast shadows by our trees here is keeping some parts of the racetrack much cooler than others. The grip is differentiating under braking compared to exit, and could potentially be very difficult for these drivers to make those quick adjustments on the fly, and especially as the sun continues to change the position of the racetrack is going to change the position of the shadows on the racetrack, which means the track conditions are constantly changing all over the racetrack at all times of the race. Some are more subtle than others. However, those changes do make a difference depending on when and where you're braking and getting on the power compared to where you should be based on the car versus track condition combination. So just because it's nice and sunny out does not mean it is an easy day for these racers. It's easier, but the heat has its disadvantages as well. That means that the asphalt surface is going to heat up more than what the tires would like to ultimately what we deem optimum temperature running condition on the track as well. At some point, the black asphalt is going to absorb more heat than it needs to take in, and the track is going to get too hot for these racing slick tires, and it will actually help degrade the tires faster. It is also a little harder for the race cars in hotter conditions to breathe efficiently as well and remain cool. That is also going to affect the fuel efficiency of these race cars, so it does potentially change fuel load strategies and tire strategies depending on how hot is projected to be here for the remainder of this race as we get into the remaining hotter parts of towards the hotter parts of the day here in the French countryside. So lots of things that always need to be considered as these racers are moving around this racetrack, and the drivers obviously are real focused on just doing their job and driving the races cars and bringing it home in one piece. That again comes in from the behind the scenes staff, to people looking on the computers, to people processing that information, and people making those hard decisions. So but I like to try and give insight where I can give, and behind the scenes insight is just as vital as what the drivers are doing on the racetrack, because a lot of what the drivers are doing on the racetrack comes from what's happening behind the scenes. Those decisions being made to find common ground between the driver and the staff, because at the end of the day, drivers want in the car and understanding the car better than what the engineers are potentially understanding, because they're looking at lines and numbers, where the driver is there feeling it, seeing it, having its moments with the car. So there's always a happy medium in between that, but at the end of the day, somebody does have to make a tough decision. That usually falls on the of course racing engineer or crew chief. 1.8 seconds now the gap, so we have seen it come under 2 seconds here again, and these are two very equally paced drivers clearly here in their machinery and their respective equipment, because it cannot, that BMW just cannot get close enough to that Aston Martin to take advantage of the slipstream. And again, the Aston Martin gains just a tiny little bit, and it was literally just from that small little wiggle from the number 11 BMW behind that allowed that a couple of tenths gain. So let's take a look at what's happening here, see if we see any drastic changes. Ooh, whoa. Okay, this one's much closer than I had anticipated and almost forgot about. So the 35 and 66 cars here. Now this has been exactly what we were just watching. Another duo of drivers that are fairly equally paced here currently in the driver's stint, that are trying to battle for position potentially and just haven't been able to quite get that extra little bit of run or something that they needed to get that slingshot gauge move at the end of one of these straights. But I think that number 66 car may have finally found the answer here, potentially securely now in the slipstream of the 35 car. And you can see closing in here almost down to 0.6 of a second, probably be within a half a second by the time we see these cars on the brakes. And exactly at just under half a second by the time the cars are under braking here. And you can see a little brake slide from the 35 Aston Martin there. The GTR had a nice good clean braking line, it looked like, so that should be advantageous for the 66 car. And it is a little under half a second here as they pull up straight. But again, that quick acceleration point in the Aston Martin did start to pull a little bit of time back, but now the GTR's prowess is just absolutely sending him into the back end of that 764 GTR, and I don't think he's quite close enough here to get a move into the braking zone here, but it definitely closes him right onto the rear bumper of that number 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. As we come out of this corner, this is going to be the opportunity here for the 66 car to get the job done heading in towards Indy. I know we probably got a battle in third. We do have Hidey still sitting in third place, but we do know that, of course, that number 11 car is closing in quickly as well. But we are side by side here between the 66 and the 35. And as we head in, overcooks it here heading into the corner, misses our braking point, outbrakes himself potentially a little bit there, and is not going to be able to actually get the job done. And Total Wolf is going to defend the position here for the 35 team and remain in the 7th position there. It's a very small margin of 0.7 seconds, but it is still a defense there, and we're going to go take another look at that here in just a moment. So let's go do it now while we have the opportunity, so we can really try and see what happened here. And I mean, I think it was just got inside, maybe just missed the braking point a little bit. I don't think they missed a braking point. I think they just cooked it a little bit. Maybe locked the brakes up, didn't get the trajectory they're looking for there, and allowed the 35 to tuck back in the inside and may get the position back for a defense there. So battle on, the 66 car tucked right back in, but we do need to go take a peek here, and boy oh boy is our timing on point there, as we got side by side action between number 11 and 764 car here now as well. And it's looking like that Melvin is going to have a little more success there than we just seen from the Snowman on Total Wolf there, but just missing the cause and setup there. So let's go take a look, as it looks like that move for the time being has stuck. We do see the Aston Martin getting a run back here, so by the time we take another look at that position for third place, that pass for third place, there may be a response back here from the 764 Aston Martin as well. And that's textbook passing here at Le Mans, just utilizing the high-speed section of the racetrack, coming into a braking zone to gain position and make the easy pass. Seen that lots of time here today. We're not done seeing that here today, but no immediate response there coming from Hidey. And he is just going to settle in about 3/4 of a second in behind there right now. So let's go back to the next battle that we're... Yep, that's the one. Total and Snowman here, the 35 and 66 cars still added here. And half a second separating, so a car length separating the two drivers. A little bit of a wiggle there from the Aston Martin, and that is going to allow the GTR to tighten that gap up just a tiny little bit here as they start off in through the first sector here on lap number 13 in stint number 10. And a good healthy battling happening here now in the race. The sun is full out here at Le Mans right now this morning, and it seems like the drivers are feeling a little extra racy as they're getting their dose of vitamin D here this morning. So some great stuff coming from split number 1 from the International Racing Organization's 24-hour of Le Mans. Love it. That's exactly what we expect to see from Le Mans. Lots of storylines, lots of drama, lots of good racing, and we get a little bit of it all. And there we go, 66 takes the second attempt, and a late move here again into the braking zone, but doesn't seem to miss the braking point this time. Gets it right, locks it in, gets ahead of that 35 Aston Martin there, and makes it stick this time. But do we see the response now from Total Wolf in the Aston Martin as we head up the second Mulsanne straight? This is a good opportunity for them to respond right back and fight for that position right back. So we're just going to sit tight here for a moment to see if that's exactly what we do. See a defensive slight posture from the 66 GTR. He is making the racing line a little bit bigger than normally he would if he was not being pressured from behind, but no immediate aggressive attempt right there from the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. He just settles in right in behind, looks to get a good run, and does exactly that, and that may have just paid off for the LMR team here, as a half-second track limit infraction now for the 66 car, and that is going to cost them a second when they are forced to serve that penalty. But irrelevant of that is a response here as we head into Mulsanne corner towards Indianapolis section here. And these guys are absolutely flying right now. So the Aston Martin 35 car does respond back, gets it done here, and gets ahead of the 66 car. And the 66 car is going to serve that penalty next time around as well. So that was actually a pretty good read on the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin there to go ahead and just get it done, start trying to open up a gap here, and then of course benefiting more from that penalty having that car already behind you. However, the 66 car is not taking that lying down. He is still tucked right in with that car length in between as we head into Indy here, and he's not going to let it go here. He get to take a look, get some clean air underneath the front end of that GTR. Make sure he gets to set up right for the exit as we head towards the Porsche curves here. Try to get a good run. He's going to serve that half-second penalty. Try to minimize the time bleed here. You can see Slipstream is definitely out of range now, and that gap's going to go about 1.7, maybe 1.8 seconds. Before he finally gets back up to momentum and pace here, and it looks like it's going to be about 1.8 seconds. So breathing room there for the 35 Aston Martin for the time being. Woof! That was fun. That was fun. Jack, so it is here from Apex Hunter Racing Team, a 69 BMW. The looked like it drove through a paint accident on the highway at 120 mile per hour car. Love it. It's fantastic. Currently sitting in 9th place. No man's land, without a question of a doubt. Roughly about 2/3 of a lap in behind, half a lap in behind, and in front of right now. So trying to focus on good, solid quality laps is really the key. Prima GTR currently sitting in 10th place there. We've seen the early mistake very early on in the stint there. Cold racing tires. Car got away, took some damage, had to probably make an extra pit stop to assess that damage, as we don't see any damage on the racing car now, so costing a little extra time there for the 64 car. And the debut in the Mercedes for the 64 team not going quite as potentially planned here today, but the wheels are still turning and the car is still rolling on track. So points are still going to be points gained here for them no matter what happens here today. And there's still a few rounds of racing left yet. It's not all over here yet. And Jay Spiteri here for the Races on a Black 77 car here. Not a lot of love has been given to the 77 car, so let's chill with the 77 car here for a moment. And then we'll go see if we can find some more juiciness happening on the racetrack. Alright, current race leaders. Number 1 Dodge Viper from Overboost Racing here, and ooh, interesting. Oh my. Something happening here somewhere along the way, but they have made contact with a barrier or a car. Not sure exactly which one, because we didn't see it firsthand. But damage on the number one Dodge Viper here, our race leaders. So roughly about 20 minutes out from pit window, 16 minutes out from pit window for most of these teams here in this stint today. Are we going to see them tough it out? Most likely you're going to lose 4 to 6 seconds on the lap probably for the damage I think that they're carrying right now. You take that over a 4-lap hit, you're going to lose 24 seconds. You take a pit stop to fix that damage, you're probably looking at anywhere from 6 to 10 seconds of damage repair, plus a 42 to 45 second pit delta just for the stop to get into the box, get the stuff repaired, and get out of the box. So you're looking at roughly 55 second time loss to take the pit. When you really weigh that out, you're up 30 seconds on an unnecessary pit stop, managing the damaged race car. So I would assume that we are not going to see this car pit for the damage repair at this point in the stint. We are going to see them continue on as planned, and as long as nothing else happens to the car at this point, we'll probably see them come in and pit at lap 17, 18. 17 I suspect, just because they're going to want to not drive the car for any unnecessary amount of time with the damage. However, the soft tires now start to become a concern with the heating racetrack, and of course longevity of that tire at the pace that these drivers are racing at is definitely a question mark. So this is not sure what happened there to Neo, but definitely some damage on that racing car. For how long they've had that damage for, I'm unsure of, but definitely going to cost 4 to 6 seconds a lap around this racetrack here as he continues towards that scheduled pit stop. So these are the tough decisions that need to be made by each of these individual teams as things unfold live in these races. That's something that just happened. That's a decision that has to be made very quickly, and in my opinion, I think that that's probably the right decision. That the loss taken from the unnecessary pit stop, it really just does not make sense as compared to losing the 4 to 6 seconds a lap just fighting it around the racetrack. You're still, in a sense, even though you're down due to the mistake, you're up at the end of the bigger picture, because the decision was the most proactive decision that you could make to negate as much time loss as possible. So I think that that's a good call, but that is indeed what we're seeing. Just a personal opinion. Just me talking, filling the time, filling the space as we wait for the battles to commence. Today is 3.2 seconds currently in behind the Melvin in the Project Platypus BMW, and the second Boomer car in behind here, the 764 car, which we're on board with right now. 3.3 seconds is not a ton of time, but again, Melvin is slowly but surely trying to add to that time gap, as he has been the aggressor in this early battle and found the position on Hidde, so that is a position for overall third place that has changed recently. With that being said, though, 2.1 seconds now is the gap between Hidde and Melvin. Again, just small mistakes cost so much here at Le Mans. A wiggle or a slide that you got to catch the car can cost you a second very quickly here, and we just essentially seen that, the second gained at that blink of an eye, or for the 764 car on number 11 right there. So it's so hard to be perfect around a track of this nature, boy. It shows what happens when you're in close quarters here. Third place is far from contested and finished here today, without question of a doubt. Only 2.6 seconds now separating third and fourth place, and that was just a fresh battle that we just finished watching just a few minutes ago as well, so it's not over yet here on this racetrack. That is for sure. Right, number 3, Grid Life Lexus here, currently being driven by R.A. Streeter Tom, North American driver here, and looks like potentially the only one on the grid currently here. So a very diverse grid here, actually, in Stint number 9. There is flags from representing very many different countries here in this particular couple-hour driver swap session. And just spit it out, Ghost. Just spit it out. I don't know. I'm surprisingly beyond a normal amount of tired for one of these races as far as broadcasting goes, and I'm a little unsure why. So I apologize if I seem like I'm a little bit not quite 100% on point, as for some reason I definitely feel a little more tired than normal during one of these events. Yeah, I don't know. It just happens. So I apologize if that's the case. Not too late. Sure what the deal is, but I'm definitely seeing a update notification on my computer right now, and the computer has been running very not top echelon here today. We have updated this computer twice today already, and it just doesn't seem making it better. Now apparently there's another one, so you know what we'll be doing between Stint number 9 and 12 here today. Hopefully that absolutely means we have a top quality stream for the finish of the race, and if I can get that, I'll be happy with that, obviously. But the proverbial fish shake in the air, as you're having some very minor technical issues that haven't amounted to anything major at this point, but definitely annoying as the production value side of things. So hard to leave this particular battle here. It's just far from over. I mean, Melvin is very clearly, slowly but surely adding time to gaining third place over Hidde. So I mean, we're not really seeing a response per se from Hidde. So this is definitely where the action currently is between our 35 and 66 car here on the racetrack. Everybody else is spread out a little distance from each other at the moment. So let's hang out. Let's hang out with our mid pack. Ooh, a little bit of a wide exit coming from the 35 car there, and I don't know if that's going to be enough to grab the track limit attention, but it was definitely enough to grab my attention anyways. But I mean, who am I? I'm just a commentator. I don't get paid to hand out penalties. I get paid to tack. 1.2. Alright, so now we're seeing good gains. And again, both drivers having a wide mid-corner there as well. So I guess the bigger question is does not necessarily one of them get to pay a price for that, or both of them get to pay a price for that, which is essentially going to negate any penalty that one may receive if both receive it. But it looks like the stewards just let bygones be bygones on that one. Well, they both kind of did the same thing there. Nobody really gained an advantage. So, okay, race on. Ooh, the GTR definitely lost in that corner a little bit there, it seems like, but the gap states 1.6 seconds, so you can see that the Aston is gaining up the straight here. So let's see if the GTR starts closing back in as we get to the mid part of the straightaway here. No, the Aston got a pretty good run. GTR is nibbling, but it's not quite taking out the chunks of time that you would expect to see on this top end of the power range. So, I mean, this is a great battle between 35 and the 66 car here right now, currently in stint number 10. 9. Nuevo. Alright, just like to let you hear the sights and sounds of the strain that the cars and tires are taking in some parts of this racetrack. The Porsche curves the car, and the tires are taking a large amount of strain. Centrifugal force and physics obviously playing a big role. There's heavy load on the suspension as you're taking very high speed corners, changing different directions, very close apart from each other, so you're constantly having to reload and change all of that momentum and shift the suspension. So that is putting a lot of heavy load on the racing tires to keep the car in place and at speed and not, sliding off the racetrack and pummeling into the wall and blowing itself up or something like that. So that is one of the harder parts on the tires for sure on the racetrack. It's such a high-speed technical sector, so you could really hear it there as the two drivers went through the Porsche curves and through the Corvette S's. So you could just hear those tires chattering as they were going over the bumps at that extreme amount of force around those high-speed corners. And that's why sometimes I just like to go absolutely dead silent. Because you really get, as a viewer, a sense sometimes just from hearing what you hear within the tires and the sounds of the car. Sometimes you can even hear the rear aerodynamic package, the rear aero fins, bottoming out on the racetrack in some parts, because some of these cars are so low to the ground sometimes, depending on their setups as well. I mean, there's subtle things you can hear within the game itself that even as a viewer you could pick up on, to tell you a little bit of what the drivers are dealing with as well. So sometimes that's what we do. We like to go dead silent like that. We just like to let the sound kind of tell you the story, as opposed to me maybe breaking down what the story is in a sense. 66 car takes a look there as we go under braking. Now that wasn't necessarily with the intention of making a move there. That's getting clean air so the car reacts properly under braking and does what he wants to do so he can maintain good exit speed and stay tight in behind the number 35 car there. But it's also sometimes a mind game tactic where if you catch the driver looking in the rearview mirror and you shove your nose out in that point of the braking zone, you may actually get a reaction out of the defending driver and have them pull out of their line to defend what's not happening and allow an opportunity for a move mid-corner, opening yourself a hole. So it has a dual purpose in a sense. Now it doesn't necessarily mean that's the purpose of why the driver's doing it, but I can guarantee the purpose was to get clean air in front of the race car to make sure that when they hit the brakes to get the binders down, that the car's nose dove the way they expected it to get the rotation they expected it to on corner entry. That is most certainly why we've seen him pull out there, but it does serve a secondary purpose as well, depending on what the driver's using, that last second positional pull out look, as I like to call it. But again, that's just getting the car in the right position to get clean air so it can make a proper corner. And a little mistake made there from 35 car. That's going to just tighten up the gap between them and the 66 GTR and just battle back on here between 7th and 8th place again. And we're separated by a car length right now. We're nose to tail coming into the corner there. But again, we are starting to enter in towards pit window here. So let's take a look. I did say lap 17, but we actually seen them go right to the desired strategy, the end of lap 18. So they did bleed some time away there. They actually bled roughly about 8 seconds away since taking that damage to the number 20 Aston Martin here. And they have maintained the gap to third place at 22 seconds. Third place is doing a good job of opening the gap to fourth place after a good hard-fought positional battle there from them for a few minutes, and fourth place has no immediate pressure behind, so that's always a good thing there for them. Minute 22 to RA Streeters now for number 3 Grid Life Lexus in fifth place here, and about 15 seconds in behind with the 45 last minute GTR in the 6th position. So 13 seconds separating 6th and 7th place on the racetrack here. Number 66 GT Finland Racing car, the 35 Aston Martin coming into pit lane. So that battle immediately over with that transition, but not over permanently, as obviously we are going to see a pit stop from the 66 car most likely next time around, and then we'll see how close together they remain after that pit stop sequence. So within a very short 10 minutes here, we're going to see all of our racers make their pit stops, get their cars fixed, get their tires changed, get some fuel, and get ready to prepare for the final part of their stint here. So the drivers are now in that position, and we're going to have a decent look at gains and losses compared to where the stint started, compared to where the stint is currently at on the new set of tires. And we should see now the pace of the race and lobby pick up here overall, and potentially see the lap time improve here as well. Currently at 3:55.979 is the fastest lap of the session, but the fastest lap of the race I believe is a 3:55.2. There is the challenge out there though, the GT45 Gaming. If under racing conditions any one of these drivers record a 3:53 lap, it could be a 3:53.999.9999999. We will shave our head live on stream, and we will decide with the organization when we will do that. Most likely it will go to the Watkins Glen event if the challenge is accepted and achieved. There are drivers in this split that have the potential to be able to do it. It is a very difficult feat to achieve, but it is not impossible. So the challenge has been set forth by myself, GT45 Gaming. We're going to readdress that challenge just to viewers that missed that challenge that were put out a few hours ago. That is out there from the broadcast team to our racers, and we like to poke fun a little bit between the broadcasters, the community, and the racers. We like to set out challenges to see if the community, the viewers, can accomplish those challenges to get that shameful reward that they get on the part of the dealer, or if they're not going to if they're not going to get it done. So the first challenge we've seen in 2024 was a song duo or duet from a couple of the broadcasters, and I got to tell you what, the goal was achieved and the challenge was most certainly accepted by the viewer community in this case, and of course that challenge was completed, and of course the commentators held their end of the bargain. So let's call this the first serious challenge from the commentators booth for 2025 at the midpoint of the season, the Split 1, and let's see if anybody can knock it. We've seen 354s in qualifying, so we know it's definitely possible. Gotta keep things spicy. Yeah, I tell you, I got some beautiful hair right now. The hair is as long as it's ever been. I'm not a fan of long hair, but I've also been contemplating growing it out to meet up to donation for Wigs for Cancer potentiality as well. We're getting relatively close to that hair length. So there's a lot of beautiful, gorgeous hair there right now, and it would be a crying shame to see that come to an end so close, but worth it, I think. I think worth it if we see the achievement. Worth it if we see the achievement. GT45 game doesn't throw heavy challenges like that very often either, so that's an interesting one. We will most certainly be the only one you'll see coming from this broadcaster this season, I'll tell you that. Why? Because I think it's entirely possible. I think that it's improbable, very hard to accomplish, but I don't think it's impossible. Alright, so our pit stop sequences are essentially sorting themselves out at this point here. And we'll be able to get a better idea on which drivers are moving, which drivers aren't currently moving here. Again, this is kind of the last of the cool collected stints. It's important that these drivers continue to have a good solid stint, gain position, and try to gain track time if it's possible in this stint to set up the last 6 hours. But there is some form of pressure expected in a sense, very unspoken pressure, being that driver literally getting ready to set the car up and hand it over to the team for that big final top 3 push. We'll see the top 3 drivers from every respective team now getting ready to get in behind the wheel of their respective machinery. Some of these drivers we've already seen at this point here today. Some may be the first time out on track, and they're here for a very specific purpose, and that is one goal in mind when it comes down to their stint. Whatever the case may be, we will see most certainly the top, call it 28, 32 drivers of Split 1 coming out on track here in the next 6 hours, and that's something that I definitely don't doubt for a second. Racing Aston Martin looking absolutely strong here today. Has for several hours now. All that hard work and digging in currently has them sitting in second place. Now, keeping in mind that we do have the 44 and the number 5 cars both behind pit wall currently being looked at and worked on in their respective garages, which means they are not out of the race at this point, so they will be reinserted into the race based off of regulations, procedures, and things that go on behind the scenes to determine that calculation of time loss and when they're going to come out behind the official race leader or driver swap. But that does reinsert them into the race in a position in the grid in the race. Which position that's going to be, we can maybe take a shot in the dark guess without doing the math. We're not going to do, because again, it was about 80 minutes remaining in the stint when that had happened for the second one, the 44 car. The speculation is too hard to tell with that much time left in the race. Drivers are on different paces, potentially gaining or losing time in comparison. The gaps could be larger or smaller depending on where those drivers are reinserted as well. So it all depends on how the stint shapes out around those mechanical issues from those teams and when they get their cars reinserted. One thing I can promise is it's going to make the race very interesting. I think in stint number 10, right off the bat, there should be some fairly close gaps, I believe, and there's going to be a lot of immediate on the edge driving, guys taking immediate risks, trying to gain very quick time as guys settle into their conditions as well. Alright, so the 66 car does actually manage to get ahead of the 35 car here now after that pit stop sequence has taken place. So not 100% sure if that was done in pit lane or on the racetrack, but regardless, a 2.5 second gap now to the good for the 66 car in 7th place, with now the 35 car chasing. We just seen the 35 car serve a half-second track limit penalty there as well. Sorry, see the 66 car to serve a half-second track limit penalty there as well. So far from over, I believe, between 7th and 8th place here. Continuing on. Pardon me for... Oof, I need a drink of water there. Had a little moment, a coughing fit there for a second. And GTR fire. Jack, so it is here, the AHR number 69 BMW here. 2 minutes in behind that 35 Loose Moose Racing team, and 4 minutes to the good over Prima GTR here. So I'm not sure what's been going on here with this Mercedes, the 64 car here today. It's just not been their day here as they're settling into this new piece of machinery here. So 4 minutes in behind 9th place right now, so a pretty big hill to climb. A lap distance between the two essentially, and Jay Spiteri here is roughly 1.5 laps in behind 10th place currently as well for the 77 RA black car. But it is ORT's Neo in the 01 Dodge Viper here in the race lead. And I do believe, even after all things are said and done, with the reinsertion of the 44 number 5 cars here, I do believe that is where we will see the number 1 car come back out in stint number 10. It's only what I believe I will see. It doesn't mean that is what we will necessarily see, but I think that gap between them and the 44 car at the time of the incident was definitely small enough to jump them ahead of the 44 car. However, with that being said, I'm not 100% sure if that is enough for the number 20 car to leapfrog the 44 car. However, I think that is where the gap is going to be close one way or the other. When we talk about the number 5, they came in 4th place, literally with the 764 car right on their rear. Now, in my opinion, the number 5 car has proven to be relatively 20 to 30 seconds faster overall in the stint than the 764 car here today. So I would assume that without the disconnection, we potentially would see that number 5 car sitting very well up in the 3rd place, potentially even 2nd place, trying to chase down the ORT car at this point. But I do believe that is going to punch them down back into maybe 7th, 8th, 9th place once they get reinserted, due to how early that they had their issue and their failure in their Lexus at the beginning of the stint. They're going to take the full weight of that time loss. And so it's going to be interesting to see where everything ends up, and that's going to change positions in the race and kind of the way how this race starts to shape up over the last 6 hours as well, because we're going to see those teams that did all that digging and clawing in the middle part of the race to get back up into a comfortable position where they can refocus on the new plan, and now they're right back to square one again, having to dig in, but this time they don't have 20 hours to their advantage. They've only got 6. So that's going to amp up the intensity. And when you amp up the intensity, that means drivers are potentially willing to take higher risk for higher reward battles, and that's when the storylines continue to write themselves potentially as well. Now, not necessarily for the bad, I'm not saying that, but it definitely creates more storylines within a race. So the race is just setting itself up. You can't script it, you can't make it up. It's just amazing at how it unfolds itself sometimes. Alright, so we are just starting lap number 22 of 30. So at the end of lap number 30, we will see the number 1 current race leader, Dodge Viper, if that's the way it stays over the remaining 35 minutes, start the driver swap sequence. So some of the answers to our questions will come in roughly about 45 minutes time. However, with that being said, we can have fun speculating in the meantime, right? Right? Who says we can't have fun speculating? Seems like everybody's very settled into their machinery at this point. Some are growing, adding to their gaps, but I wouldn't say it's significantly, and some are chipping away at their gaps, but again, I wouldn't say significantly. I mean, the 66 GTR here is chipping away at the 45 car without a question of a doubt. It's significant enough for me to stop and take notice here for a second and rack my brain to try and figure out exactly how much time they've gained here recently, but I got it within 10 seconds. But with that being said, the 35 car is only 2.1 seconds in behind the 66 car still as well, so it's really potentially developing here. Alright. Lost my train of thought there. Holy. Had a zombie moment, ladies and gentlemen. 1.7 seconds separating the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin and the 66 GT Finland Racing GTR here. We had a daydream moment right there, as we forgot exactly our mind process or thought, what was going on in our brain. What was going on in our brain was, ooh, this is getting to be a little bit close again between these two cars, and we might see another battle between them here. But a big moment from the 35 car on the exit of the corner there, and you could see a huge snap recovery right there, but it didn't actually really seem to lose him any time, ironically, on the exit of the Indianapolis corner there, so, or sector. Which kind of gives me an inclination that netcoding may have been a little bit a part of that, but just an inclination. A little bit of a wide exit coming out of the Corvette curves there, heading into the Corvette Essence as well from the 35 car. Curiosity has to make me go look, and nope, not far enough out to pick up a 0.5 or 1 second track limit there, so that's great for them. However, though, the 66 car getting a better run through that final part of the racetrack there and tacking on a couple extra tenths of a second on their gap, so that was a good run through the final corners there. Although this is not a positional battle, this is two cars very close to each other, and is it the 764 car going around the 69 BMW, or is it the 69 BMW unlapping themselves from the 764 car is the bigger question here. So that's what we're going to just sit and wait and find out here for a moment. Could be that the 69 car is not trying to unlap themselves, but just stay close to the 764 car to utilize their pace to their advantage. That also could be a part of what we're seeing here. But again, speculating. All we get to do is speculate and figure out what's actually happening as it unfolds in front of us. See how close we are. How right we were. Ooh, tense moment right there for the 764 car. Purple sector there for the 69 car, which tells me that the 764 car potentially is probably purple through that sector there. But that was a massive moment right there from the 764 car, and he's just going to move over and allow the 69 car to actually pass here, and that is essentially as per protocol. So much like the blue flag situation where the lead lap car is supposed to wait for a designated blue flag zone to pass the blue flag car, if a blue flag car is looking to unlap itself from a lead lap car, essentially the same rules apply but in reverse fashion. It is recommended, very strongly recommended and suggested, that that lead lap car waits for the appropriate blue flag zone to initiate that pass, but then they have 3 racing laps to show and prove that they can maintain a 1+ second gap on that lead lap car. So this is the position now that the 69 BMW is in. The 764 car conceded that position in the right manner, in the right spot, and now they're going to continue on racing their race. And if that 69 car cannot, over the next 12 minutes, grow that gap to a second or better, then they will be expected to concede that position back to the 764 car and remain behind the 764 car for the duration of the driver stint or pit stint, tire stint, however you want to, I guess, consider it. At this point, the race is going to be obviously to the end of the race. So this is a tough position to be in for a car, a blue flag car, in this case, a 69 car, to be in, because we can see right now that he has a gap on the 764 car, but it is not that mandatory 1 second gap that we're looking for. Obviously, we still have plenty of time for them to work on that gap, but easier said than done when you have to they call it unlock yourself and try to maintain pace ahead of currently a faster car on the racetrack, because they're in a much better position than you are on the track. Yeah, unlock yourself from, essentially. So a little breakdown on how that procedure can work 2 ways. It's not just a one-way street there in that situation. It is a 2-way street, and it's something that's been refined over the last 20-ish plus months here with the International Racing Organization. Blue flags are always one of the toughest things to really refine and quote unquote perfect in any racing championship, any kind of series, and it's something that the IRO has been working very, very hard at, trying to do exactly that, perfecting. Now, I don't think that you can ever perfect a blue flag procedure in sim racing. I think that there's always some kind of mistake or confusion or miscalculation that one or more individuals are going to make in the understanding of the procedure, and I think that that's just again human nature more than it is maybe a flaw in a procedure. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and we only understand things how we understand things as well. So, and obviously blue flag stake says exactly. But that is the finer details within the regulations and rules of this organization. I mean, the teams that are participating, the racers, the owners, the captains, the representatives of each respective team. I mean, it's not just a 2 or 3 page rule book and that you cover over a few minutes of skimming and you get the gist of it. I mean, it takes reread after reread after reread to really fully understand the extent of each rule and its amendments or annotations depending on situations. Now, rules have scenarios that tend to change the way that the rule reads or applies, so you have to really be fully aware of those rules and regulations, and that really comes down to the teams to be fully understanding. Now, I mean, I'm a racer in the championship. I'm also a staff member of the championship as well, so being fairly adept within the rule book is fairly important for someone in my position as well. I'm also a team representative for our team in Split 2, and I gotta tell you, I mean, I'm constantly having to refer to the rule book, even though no matter I consider myself being fairly well endowed with the rule book. When you got to refer to very special situations, I mean, it's so hard to pinpoint exactly in your memory that, yeah, but that's definitely the clarification. I mean, you always have to go double check either way, but having a really great understanding of the procedures and rules put in place in certain situations really can pay off for you in the long run as well, because at the end of the day, you don't want to make it a simple misunderstanding mistake during a live race that can cost you a time penalty post-race as well. It potentially could cost you a position. those are the types of things that can potentially happen from just misunderstanding something as well, right? So it's important. It's important. It's very extensive here. It's very thorough, and it was a great opportunity to really get in depth of the blue flag procedure and how it's not just a one-way procedure, but a multiple-way procedure for the opposite side of the coin situation, I guess. Right, 2-minute gap still for the number 1 car over the number 20 car here. They're still maintaining a 20-second gap currently over the number 11 car that's just recently gotten that 3rd place back here in our, let's call it 17. The 764 car here currently sitting in 4th place, which we've just been kind of watching here for a moment. Still close in behind the number 11 car. I would still say within that 1 second range, but right there on the border of that 1 second range right now. So still right now everything seems to be a-okay in this front on this sense. The reverse blue flag situation, we're calling it. We've got Streeter Tom here in number 3 grid life car, minute 25 in behind. The 764 seems to have balanced out the pace a little bit here, not giving any time away and gaining just a small amount of time on the 45 car in behind, putting it back about to where it was at the beginning of the stint. So it's gained that little bit of time bleed to this car in the first half of the stint, back in the second half of the stint so far as well. 6 seconds separating River Ruckus from the 66 GTR and only 2 seconds separating the 66 from the 35. So not a lot has changed between those two cars, not surprised. But the bigger eye raiser, or the brow raiser at this point, is that gap from 7 to 6 is closing under 6 seconds, which means a potential 3-way battle brewing for 6th place here as this driver stint continues in the 24 hours of Le Mans here. 2 minutes in behind Total Wolf here. The 35 car is the 69 BMW, which we were watching just not that long ago there in this interesting reverse blue flag situation. I mean, again, it's still in that situation where it's kind of borderline on the regulation, but they're still within their 3-lap limit here, so still lots of time. And if it doesn't seem to bother the lead lap car, and they're not seeming to be flashing the headlights consistently trying to get around or notify that, hey, I want back around, obviously stuff like that will be just considered as you can maybe the lead lap car didn't have enough quite in it to make the move happen, so he was just fine sitting exactly 1 second in behind. There are situations, again, like I said, there are situations, so having a great understanding of the regulations is highly important. And our number 77 car now in the blue flag situation here, except this is a traditional blue flag situation. This is our overall race leader coming up to our last place car in the grid currently, and a very simple blue flag call there. He moved off the racing line, made it very clear where he was going, and the number 1 car used a little bit of extra time in behind just to gain a little extra momentum and slip, and then made a slingshot pass and moved. He had it done very quickly and efficiently there. Maybe gained a 1/10 of a second with a little extra slip help there. No harm, no foul. Everybody continues on, and textbook blue flag protocol. I mean, we've been seeing it all day long. I don't think I've seen any code brown moments as far as the blue flag situation goes yet today, but I have not seen every second of the race, and obviously every vantage point of every second of the race. I'm sure there's stuff that isn't seen and has its own stories as well. Alright, so we're just silently kind of keeping an eye on this three-way battle here. Again, we did state earlier we're getting quite tired here in the booth, so we're just taking it easy here. It's quite late now as well where I'm at. And my voice is not 100% here today either, so I'm not sure what's up with that, but just taking it easy. We still got another commentary stint to go here yet today as well, so we'll be heading over to our commentators' quarters after the stint here, and we'll be going to get a couple hours of rest and shut-eye here before we finish off the race today for sure, because we're not going to be able to be efficient by trying to stay awake for the whole race here this weekend. I'm just not in the able to do it mode, so we're not going to try. Let's jump over the 35 car here as he continues to try and close in on the 66 GTR. Again, this is really kind of the closest thing we have to ongoing positional battles right now on the racetrack, so we're not too worried about missing anything anywhere else at the racetrack at the moment, so we're going to hang with this little potential three-way battle on the racetrack. And I mean, they're all close enough now where they can see each other on the same straightaway, so definitely starting to get interesting here. Good morning, Valkyrie. Wolf on a PB lap here so far in the session for himself. 1.4 seconds is the gap in behind the 66 GTR in front, and that's been kind of the steady or the constant between 8th and 7th place here. But now lurking just a little bit closer here is that 35 car. So the role was reversed not that long ago. It was a 66 car being the predator and on the hunt of the prey in the 35 car. Now the roles are reversed. Now the 35 car is the prey and the 66 car is the hunted. So with that being said, though, in a sense, the 66 car is also the predator hunting down the prey of the 45 car up in front of them as well. So going to be interesting to see who catches who first and who can engage who first. But right now it's looking like it's going to be the 35 going to be trying to re-engage the 66 here first as we head in through the Indianapolis sector here, and that gap is now just at a second and closing. So in the slipstream here is the 35 car on the number 66 car, and game on as we head towards Porsche curves here. So scenario time, right? Now, 35 has a choice to make here. He can close up, get real tight on the 66. Clearly the pace is very close between these two drivers, and I'm sure they're aware of this being so close to each other for the whole duration of the stint, essentially. They're very aware of what each other are able to do behind their respective machinery here in this condition of the racetrack and their cars currently. Do they opt to work together if the 35 can close into that range and close up that 4 or 5 seconds up to the next position real quickly? Or does the 35 wait for an opportunity, get a good run, make the move happen very hastily, and focus on the 35 car being the attacking car on the 45 car up ahead? And that's the bigger question. I mean, the gaps are starting to become minuscule at this point when we talk about this three-way battle for P6. I mean, 2.8 seconds now is the gap to the 45 and the 66, and less than a second from the 66 to the 35. So, I mean, 3 seconds separating 6th to 8th place here currently. This is very quickly developing into a spicy three-way Rochambeau for P6 here, and P6 is currently being held by that 45 GTR from Last Minute Racing, our pole sitters here today. So, boom, boom. Let's see what happens. I'm just sitting here silently waiting for the battle to develop. It hasn't just happened yet. Waiting. We're waiting. Almost less than a second here now between 8th and 7th. 2 seconds separating 6th and 7th. Ooh, let's get busy. It's such a beautiful sight, almost 18 hours into a 24-hour race, to see these 3 cars literally separated by 3 seconds apart from each other now. So this is fun, fantastic, exactly what you hope to see. We'd love to see more of that be the case all throughout the field, but that is still potentially possible for the most part, especially with how not so hugely gapped that the mid-pack is from each other. It's insane at how equal these drivers are paced from each other right now. As soon as the pressure got turned on, it was like, oh, nope, we're not driving any slower. We're trying to drive faster, but I can't drive any faster than they are. They're driving just as fast as I am. All right, but we're not giving it away, so we're maintaining the gap. Ooh, this is intense. All right, let's keep going. We only have 20 more minutes to go. 20 more minutes to go. So. We'll go through the rest of the field, but we're not missing much through the rest of the field right now. This is definitely where the action's at. Let's go up to River Ruckus in the 45 car. He is the leading car of this potential three-way battle in 6th place. Let's sit with him here for a minute while Snowman from the GT Finland racing team continues to try and close up that 2-second gap. Now, with that being said, there's about a second gap in between Snowman and Total Wolf, but obviously I can see that as they're coming into the corners, and I'm not sure what happened to Total Wolf there. Ooh, half-second track limit penalty, and falling behind by almost an extra second there, so Total Wolf may have just literally pulled himself out of this three-way battle for 6th place with that oopsies there, and is now slowly become down between Ruckus and Snowman for the end of the stint here, before the end of the stint here. No, I'm not saying it will, but it's definitely potentially could. Oof, another moment right there from the GTR, a moment from the Aston Martin in behind as well. We see the 35 pulling off the line. There's a servitor penalty, so that's unfortunate there for the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, but that's only got him in behind 1.7 seconds, we'll call it. So gaining some time actually on the backside of the GT Finland car there before having the servitor penalty, which actually kind of kept them right at that same distance that they were pre-penalty. Good strategy. I like it. Alright, let's go through the field here. Race leader on lap 29, just starting lap 29, so about 8 minutes before driver swap start. Number 20 car sitting in 2nd place, still very firmly here, just a little under 20-second gap to the number 11 BMW, now up in the 3rd place here, about a little under 2/3 of the way through the race, procuring that final podium position from the 764 Aston Martin here in 4th place, and has since started to open a very healthy gap on this driver as well. Minute 28 separating them, and a number 3 Lexus here on track as well. They've been gaining time on the Lexus all stint long. Lexus is maintaining that gap to the 45 car behind, who we've been watching for some time now in this potential battle, but not quite full battle yet. For this 6th, 7th, and 8th position in the mid-pack. That takes us to the 66 car, who we've been keeping our eye on for a fair bit here in this stint. Has been making some moves and making some good action with this 35 Aston Martin as well. All very thick and heavy in a part of that action that we've been watching here all stint long for the most part. The 69 car here is in 9th position, with Prima GTR in the 64 car in 10th place, and we have our 77 car. Jay Spiteri here in 11th place on the racetrack, and 2 cars currently in getting service in behind the pit wall here. The number 44 car, who's been leading pretty much the whole race, and the number 5 car, who has not seen this happen to them for the first time here today, but I believe the second time now that they have suffered some kind of failure in that racing car and had to assess it, fix it, and get back reinserted into live racing conditions. So minutes, 18 seconds. A little bit of time. Melvin gaining some time at the end of the stint here on second place. In 30 seconds, minute and a half from Streeter Tom. We got 19 seconds to River Ruckus. Literally less than a second here between Ruckus and the 66 car. So the 66 car has finally gotten enough to get within slipstream range here of the 45 car. The bigger question is, do we see the attack now, or do we see just that close quarters driving that we're kind of seeing from this particular three-pack of individuals right now on the track? Anticipation of seeing some sweet move here is killing me. And now we're gonna have to jump over to the race leader fairly soon, as he's preparing to pull into pit lane to prepare that number 1 Dodge Viper for driver swap. So We were paying attention and we still missed it. Race leader now into pit lane here. We actually missed a pit entry, so they will be restarting their pit sequence here very shortly. As we prepare for stint 10, and I believe it's Jaeger doing that stint? I'm not sure who's doing that stint. Somebody's doing that stint. No, they started the stint. They disconnected before the driver swap even took place. So they definitely started the stint. I can confirm that. They just never got into official conditions after driver swap before the car had to go behind pit wall. I know we have a battle in 6th place here, I do know, but we got to keep our eyes on the goal at hand here as well, and that is the driver swap sequence. So. And the number 20 Aston Martin now entering pit lane to start their driver swap. 20 seconds in behind will be the number 11 Project Platypus BMW to do much of the same thing. They will also be coming this time around to start their driver swap for the 764 Aston Martin team here as well, and then we'll be waiting for a couple of minutes for the next sequence of drivers to prepare to bring their cars in for driver swap. Alright, Hidday now into pit lane, so just be a few moments here before we'll see them working hard in pit lane, taking over and getting their car ready out for 6 hours to go. The need for speed. Loose Moose Stint 10, look out for Loose Moose Stint 10. Okay. So the 66 GTR has what looks like just made their way around the 45 GTR here. Let's see if we can go catch that real quick. We cannot, we missed it. However, with that being said, there is a penalty to be served there from the 66 GTR, and that may very well allow the 45 to pull back up ahead, and that was most certainly the case. So, position defended in a sense there, as number 3 Grid Life Lexus team is now coming out of the Porsches into the Corvette S's and will now find their way to pit lane to start their driver swap sequence here after 18 hours of racing so far here for the 24 hours of Le Mans at the IRO, aka International Racing Organization. And much like we've been having a habit of here this racing weekend, we are going to send it into pit lane nose to tail between the 45 and 66 GTR, and only just a second in behind them is the 35 Aston Martin of Loose Moose Racing. So 3 of them dive in very close together, and that'll be for an exciting start to stint number 10 there as that gets underway here as well.
Alright. We're back with Stint number 10. Oh, we also had a bit of a change in the broadcasting lineup. Bit of technical issues. So I'm earlier on duty as expected. Let's see. I'm pretty tired, not gonna lie. May have to be quiet for a couple of minutes throughout this stint. But yeah, let's have a look at the current race situation. It is, we have the Overboost Racing team, the number 1, Viper leading, the 44 after their disconnect in the previous stint. Just 9 seconds now, the gap. In P2 with Lugi driving the GTR. P3 we have the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, the number 20. P4 Project Vladimir, the number 11. Another 30 seconds to Sector 7 Racing, the Boomers, Aston Martin. And P6, it is Grid Live Racing, the Jakey driving that car. In P7, it's the 66. They were like nose to tail with the D45 after the pit stop, and they decided to go for an alternative strategy. 66 on the racing softs and put in less fuel for that first part of driver stint number 10. The 8, then the 45 car. Last minute racing. It is Maddie and also Maddie on the soft tires. A bit more fuel than the 66 though. P9 we have the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. They were also quite close before the driver swap. Now on the racing mediums, full tank of fuel for their first part of the stint. Slide rules then for Apex Hunter Racing, the 69 Beamer. In P10, and I just read that message from race control in the chat. The number 5 Lexus got their go signal. So after missing the entire stint number 9, our championship leaders are resuming the race in stint number 10. And here we go. Pole sitter driving, that's 9 minutes. At this stage, now behind our leaders and 2.5 minutes behind P10. So once again, a big challenge for the Sector 7 Racing Esports team. We are then waiting for 2 more drivers to complete their driver swaps. We see the fuel going in for the 64 car, that's the red one. The Cougar car for Sector 7 Racing, or at AMG, getting the service and will be released shortly out on track again. So looks like nearly a full tank. That's a minute to P11. So just one car missing, then it's the 77 Race Asylum black BMW. We're waiting and for Sluxy to join the track. So, okay, less than 10 seconds between P1 and P2. This could be a nice little setup for the remainder of this race. Less than 6 hours to go. Started stint number 10. So after this, 2 more stints to go. So this is far from over. I check it. Azorian versus Lugi. Viper versus GTR. Overboost Racing Team versus Esports Race Asylum. P3 looks to be like very safe at the moment for Brisbane and the 20 crew. That black and blue with some red. Project 1 Racing Aston Martin. BX Royal for Project Platypus in the 11 BMW. Threading the needle early. Fastest lap. That first flying lap gained a couple of seconds, I think, already on P3. Another 34 seconds to the Boomers, Sector 7 Racing, Aston Martin, P5 with a 6-cylinder. A minute 30 then to Grid Life Racing with Jakey and whoa, Maddie already up to pace, 3:55.1, like from the get-go. He passed the 66 GT Finland Racers Nissan GTR on that lap, gained 4 seconds, and just 1.6 behind Jakey, pushing too hard, collecting a track limit penalty already, but is flying and gets the slipstream early onto the Mulsanne straight. We go, and this might be one of those stints, you know. So it's the first stint for Maddie in the 45 car. He put that car on pole position Friday in the Super Pole. And look at his run. He's on soft tires compared to Jakey on the mediums. And they're taking no prisoners at all. Flying down the Mulsanne. Not close enough to go for a move into the Michelin chicane. Or is he? No. Stays behind for now. Waiting for the exit of the Michelin chicane. A 3/10 and coming down. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the move now into Mulsanne corner. Yeah, he's right there. Oh, no, not going for it. Interesting. But getting so much better exit out of Mulsanne corner now. Going for the move. Maybe hoping that Jakey will give him a bump before Indianapolis. Let's see. Yeah, I think that happened at the moment. Perfect timing. will serve that penalty now. Jakey will get past them. Or will he? Yeah, he is just getting that move done. So Maddie will stay behind the green machine through the portal curves. Can stay close to the Lexus. Coming out of the portal curves, cutting. No drama. 3 tenths, 3.5 tenths. Now. And an aggressive run through the 4 chicanes. Good exit. Already close. Too close, maybe. But will we see a move into the Dunlop chicanes? It looks like Maddie is using the inside line. Jakey not fighting that one, and that was close for track limits, I reckon. Nah, too much. On the inside, on the entry, another half-second penalty for Maddie, but he's flying, so we will open up that gap probably and keep that P6. Let's have a look at the other gaps. P8 to P9, the 66 to the 35, 20 seconds at this stage. 2 minutes, then the gap to 69, AHR BMW, another 2 minutes and 24 to pole sitter for Sector 7 Racing, so didn't really gain time on his first timed lap. Ridwan, and we see Sluxy on the track. 4077 Racer Silent Black BMW. Now 16 minutes 11 seconds the gap to the leaders. So that's 6 minutes and 10 seconds to P12, so a long way to go for the 77. I know Sluxy and he loves Le Mans. We'll wait and see what he can do. Did Jaeger do karaoke? Of course he did. So you can rewind the part 2 stream. I think 20 minutes into stint number 8. Give you a timestamp. You're a brave man, Adriano, if you really want to watch that or listen to it. But hey, just a warning. Of course. So, Azorian opening up that gap slightly, 10 seconds, to gain half a second on those first 4 laps of racing. So basically nothing. Brisbane with 4-minute lap times, very consistent. Lap 3, 4, and 5. The Project Platypus car is also flying, gaining 5 seconds roughly since the pit stop on P3, so that's also something we need to keep an eye on for this one. Mystic Sander, a big gap to the cars in front and behind. And as expected, Maddie could open up the gap despite having the penalty. Jakey is outside of the slipstream. So we're catching the 77. Slugsy moving out of the way for the 45. Who is on an aggressive strategy, I reckon. Starting on those softs. So in every driver stint, the racing medium tire is still mandatory. So drivers cannot just use the racing softs for the entire stint. Now we'll stay with the French driver now on home soil. And we saw a purple Sector 1. Into the Daytona chicane. Carrying the speed. Casual 4/10 up on the already very quick 55.1. Next braking zone into the Michelin chicane. Late on the brakes, but downshift to second, up to third again for the exit. Next split sector incoming. Still at 4/10. On corner, first gear for rotation, second gear on exit. That looked okay. Lost 1/1000th of a second compared to his previous best so far. You also see, like on the bottom right, the optimum currently showing a 54.4. So what about the entry for Indianapolis? Oh, lost a little bit more time. Maybe he had some slipstream on one of those laps. Pushing towards the Portland curves. Maybe he can gain a bit more time without any traffic. Making use of the GTR's downforce, keeping it at over 200 kph on the entry. That is some crazy speed. Lost a little bit of time, not that much. Could still be a 54 incoming. And just to remind everyone, there is a challenge in the IRO Discord currently running. So GT45 Gaming opened up the challenge. If one of the drivers gets a 53 lap in, he will be shaving his head live on stream. So he mentioned he was starting to grow his hair out for a good cause. But if someone, looking at you, Maddie, or maybe if Antonio is grabbing the wheel again, or Macho Monkey, those three were explicitly pinged in the Discord to see if they can complete that challenge. So for now we are looking at a 54.7. Not sure if this is the fastest lap overall so far. I could be wrong, but I might have seen a 54.5 throughout this event. so far. So yeah, maybe a run for the books in this one. We also see that the 66 caught up with the number 3. Shaky very deep into the chicane. Got away with the track limit penalty, but the 66 well within the slipstream range now. That's wide. That should be a track limit penalty for Jakey. Was let's have a look. No, pretty sure that the spectate mode was showing the car with all 4 wheels, like next to the white line. Maybe a little bit of desync in the spectate mode here. Thank you, Adriano. And nearly a contact between the race crew and Jakey into Indianapolis. Race crew in the 66 is on the racing softs. Jakey on the racing mediums. So I still think a slight tire advantage at this stage for the Finnish driver. Getting closer and closer. But I guess there won't be a move into the 4th chicane. No. Braking early. Keeping it smooth and tidy. Good exit for Jakey though. Keeps a nice little gap. So gap to the 35. Aston Martin, 20 seconds. Slide rules. Another 2 minutes. Behind number 5, slowly getting up to speed, improving the lap times, lap after lap. So will we see the first sub 4 minute lap time? Yeah, pretty sure about that now. Just 39.6 still. Yeah, good progress now for the number 5. Is that Betty on track? Zach, you should know. He's your teammate. And he's using an aggressive start on soft strategy. Let's have a look. Here is the 45 driver. 13 seconds the gap to the 66 who got past the number 3. Between the first and the second chicane down the Mulsanne. Jakey's still there. Having a run. A good run indeed. There was a little bit of a bump. So not going for the overtake. Twitchy exit. Again, it looks more like bump drafting. The green number 3 Lexus not going for some moves, trying to use the speed of the 66 on the soft tires now to their advantage. But now that gap is increasing between the 66 and the number 3. Two seconds now. It's still the closest battle on track. Keeping in mind that the 35 also putting in some good lap times, bringing down that gap to the 3 car a little bit. So going back to our leaders, Azorian for Overboost Racing Team, doing 58s all the way since lap number 6. And that gap went up from 9 to 11.4 seconds. Now Lugi sub 4 minutes, but running 58, 59, 58, 59. And you see it as well, the 1 second penalty. It will be a slower lap again for the 44 car. You want to see ET. We were running like with a lap on board with Maddie already. He has used, I think, most of the tires now of those softs. Just doing 55s now. Yeah, we were on board, I think, for that 54.7. Yeah, exactly. Air quotes adjust. Still some improvements, sector 3 and 4 possible. So that optimum, you see it on the bottom right, 54.3. Whoop. Little slide. Let's jump back to the 66 and the 3. 2.5 seconds. Jackie doing quite a good job for Grid Life Racing to stay with the 66. Mediums for the Lexus versus softs in that GTR, that red GTR. We also need to have a look at the gap between P3 and P4. Just over 10 seconds. Very consistent. Here Brisbane started in the 4 minutes, down to 59s now. The BMW for Project Platypus just a little bit quicker currently. Gaining on the 20 car in P3. Let's have a look at the other cars' lap times. So hovering around the 4 minutes. Stick standard in the Sector 7 Racing Boomers Aston Martin, the 764 car. Still has a minute and a bit to... Yep, Project Platypus is definitely catching P3. Yeah, so another 55 for Maddie. .57s it is for the 66 car on the softs, and I expect Jakey to be round about the 4 minutes. Oh, a 58.7. Great lap last time around on those medium tires. Have a look at Mr. SBS, also sub 4 minutes and with a 57.9 on the racing mediums on lap 8. With that 59.2 probably due to a penalty and running with a half-second penalty as well on this lap. Slide Rules, aka Wayne, who gets some fire emotes and the pirate flag, the Jolly Roger for AHR. So started with a 4:01, high 4 minutes, then 4:02, 4:01, 4:01, back into the 4:00s. And another 4 minute incoming, maybe? Yep. It's a good job. That is 69 BMW for Apex Hunter Racing. The number 5 Lexus with pole sitter, now running those 59s on the mediums. And Ridwan for Mikugar, the Sector 7 Racing, the 64 AMG, 59s and 58s on that medium tire. And one more car to have a look at, that is Sluxy in the BMW. Facing some blue flags, that's not really helping with the lap times. The 4:01.5 currently, the fastest lap they could get on the mediums. Gap went up to 15 seconds between P1 and P2. Looks like Lugi in the 44 machine struggling with the pace now on that lap 10 at 4 minute 1.7. Oh. Back to the 3:59s on the previous lap. And a good first sector it is for the esports race asylum driver in that GTR. So also we see the gap between P3 P4 now less than 10 seconds, at least for a brief moment. Maybe BX Royal served a penalty. It looks like he was losing after the Anage. Yeah. I heard some tires, but probably just a sound sticking to some of the walls. For now, it looks like the 20 Aston Martin can keep that P3 at least until the scheduled pit stop. Stick Sander in P5, Audi Boomers, roughly 50 seconds the gap to P4, and Maddie pushing, bringing that gap down to under 1 minute to P5. How long can he run those soft tires? And that is the question. On lap 11, that's racing lap number 10. So in those previous stints, it was 13 laps, I think. Maybe he had 2 more to go on those softs. Same for the 66 car. The green machine number 3 Lexus with the J key nearly on the same pace now on his mediums. So I'd say advantage for the 3. They will go on to the soft tires after the pit stop, and the 66 do the opposite and use the mediums. Still sub 4 minute lap times, 4:35. Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin just got past the 77 BMW. So I will quickly go for a toilet break and we run on board with the BMW for the Project Platypus team. Be right back. Alright. There's my keyboard. Here we go. Still on board. 8 seconds. Okay. The platypus is flying behind the Aston Martin with the number 20 for Project 1 Racing. It's lap 13. We're looking at lap 17, 18, and for the pit stop window to open for our medium tire runners. Let's run down the grid order and see the gaps between the cars, the drivers, the teams, whatever. So ORT still in the lead. The number 1 Viper, 16.5 seconds. 2 Esports Race Asylum. Lugi collecting a penalty again. Then P3. It is Brisbane. Body Project 1. Racing Aston Martin. BX Royal in P4 pushing that BMW for Project Platypus. 52 seconds to the next car. That is the 764 Aston Martin Sector 7 Racing Boomers. Another 55 seconds, then to Maddie for last minute racing. The 45 Nissan GTR. We probably can tell that the tires are not the best anymore. Down to 58s. Only not trying to unlap themselves. But that's the leaders. But it could also be the in-lap for the 45 on the soft tire compound. 25 seconds and quite low on fuel, to be brutally honest, the 66. So looks like a definite in-lap for that red Nissan GTR. For the GT Finland racers. Shaky had a moment, by the looks of it. Lap 12 lost 3 seconds. Oh, in that green Lexus with the number 3 Grid Live Racing. It is in P8. G9, we have Loose Moose Racing, the 35 Aston Martin. Mr. SB and S, 13 seconds, the gap, okay, as you can tell. Running out the top 10, it is Apex Hunter Racing, the 69 BMW. Thank you, River. I bet that didn't sound very healthy, but yeah, voice cracks are coming in, the tiredness is kicking in, so bear with me. If I feel like something is approaching, I will mute my mic. So yeah, where was I? Slide rules. And in the 69 BMW P10. Pole sitter for Sector 7 Racing Esports, our championship leaders in P11. That would be a huge setback for the championship hopes. IRO seat? No, last stint. Yeah, okay. Our Kings. Yeah. The 44 car disconnected in the lead. Roughly 2 minutes leading. So now they're in P2. Currently NBC 66 in the pits. Then we have in P12 the 64 Mikuga Sector 7 AMG, driven by Ridwan. Getting some blue flags because of the number 20 Aston Martin. P3 it is. And finally we see Slugsy getting closer to that 4-minute barrier. 4 minutes 0.5. That personal best now. And that's expected. 66 out on the medium tires. So the gap went up to 20 seconds between P1 and P2. Lugi is struggling a little bit, while we have number 1 Cardi Viper doing very consistent lap times and being chased by Maddie in the 45. Let's have a look at Maddie's tires and fuel. It's will be the in lap for the 45. So they started on mediums. They built a nice little gap to the other drivers behind. Pretty sure they will be going on to the mediums. But yeah, running behind the leaders. Doing 56 is still on that very worn Racing Softs. It's not too bad, I guess, for the last minute racing crew. So through the Porsche curves. And will we see pit entry? Yep. In a very fast first stint on softs for Maddie. Now will we see him going for another softs and then a short stint on mediums, or just do the standard strategy and use the mediums for the remainder of this driver stint number 10? Jakey should get that P6 for a brief moment. He's on those mediums. He crosses the line. Where is the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin 35? Also jumps the 45. Filling up that car. So everything indicates to a medium tire run. Indeed, mediums now. For the remaining laps in stint number 10. The 66 on that same strategy, pitted 1 lap earlier. What's that gap? 25, 30 seconds? Even more. Towards the start of that stint, there was a brief moment where Maddie got past the 66 since then. Okay, now 48 seconds during that stint. That is crazy. The 69 still running on the medium, so we are expecting the medium tire runners on lap 17, maybe 16 if you're very brave and have a good tire saving abilities. I reckon they will stay out for one more lap. What about Luigi in the 44 machine? Bit of an up and down those lap times. 59, 58, 401, 59. So not quite the consistency you really want to have. Still a very, very comfortable gap to P3, 1 minute 44. And that is. Looking at the fuel, it should be at least another lap. Look at that. Just 4 seconds between P3 and P4. Blue flags for the AMG. I think that's not the end of the road, that 54.7. Let's have a quick look at, there's a red one, the lap times. I think they're trying to unlap themselves and need to break away now within the next couple of seconds, otherwise they need to yield and return that position. There's no flashing from the Project 1 racing driver, so I guess they're fine with that situation. Personal best last time round, so maybe they're just using the AMG for a little bit of extra lap time now towards the end of that stint. Another 59, so yes, it looks like they're happy. Currently no blue flag infringement from my understanding. So we're getting closer to the first round of pit stops for the medium tire runners. The 11 car with a very, very consistent stint so far. 58s basically all the way. Down to 3 seconds now. That gap. So we could see a fight for the podium between those two teams right after the pit stops. Yeah, yeah, that's probably the ruling, and you see like that the 64 definitely has the pace advantage at this stage and is actually helping the 20 with the lap times they're running now. So no complaints here, I think, from race control or even the Project One racing team. It's also like with Le Mans, like being that special track, the layer with the long straights. It's quite hard actually for the car that wants to unlap themselves to open up that gap to get out of that slipstream range. And then again, if Brisbane and the number 20 wouldn't be okay with the situation, they would be using their headlights and flashing the 64. So all good. Let's see. Oh, Azorian staying out. One more. Lugi as well. Another lap, maybe, for the 20, behind the 64. Or is it pit stop time? Oh, it's one more lap. So. But it's under 3 seconds. EX Royal pushing that BMW. And looks like it will be a very, very close call with the fuel for that extra lap now. $764 Aston Martin in P5. Roughly a minute now, the gap to P4. Consistency is key, and that's exactly what Stick Standard is doing. 59s at 1 for a minute. Yeah, let's not look at that too closely. J-Key for Grid Life Racing in P6. 1 minute 28. The gap, and another 11 seconds to D35. Who's racing Aston Martin, and we see Maddie a 57.0 on the mediums, and to start that stint will be hoping that the 35 and the 3 will be pitting soon. Doesn't look too bad, I think, judging the fuel. Still keeping an eye on that gap between P3 and P4. 2.3 now. But the leader is in. Two seconds. Brisbane. A bit more fuel in the tank compared to PX Royal. I hope that there won't be a misjudgment with that fuel. Lugi going for one more. Okay, going for the overcut. So I think we saw it at Bathurst and also at the Nürburgring. Drivers running out of fuel on their final lap of the stint, or that in lap, and it's quite painful. So under 2 seconds now. Spicy. That build up for the battle for P3. What a run it is through the Porsche curves. 1.6, 1.7. Yeah. Oh, and now box now, box for the 20 and the 11 as well, and it's 1%, maybe 2 remaining for the Platypus Racing team. The big slight advantage on fuel, of course, for that Aston Martin. Where are the next drivers? Into the Porsche curves we go for Sticksander and the Boomers. Personal best. Do they have the fuel for one more? Play it safe and pit. Might be a close call. Okay, going for the close call, that it is. Jakey's fuel is quite low. Let's see. The Brisbane is out, and that fuel advantage leads to a nearly 6-second gap. Oh, a little bit of a breather for the 20 car now. And many are caught up with the 35 penalty, but they won't be serving that penalty now. It's also the leader being involved into that one. It could be a tricky situation for the 35. They're moving out of the way by the looks. And they tuck in behind the leader just in front of the 45. Oh no. But it's the in lap, so someone might tell Medi, don't push too hard. The 35 will be pitting now. It's in for Mr. SBS and the 35 crew. Jakey also in order number 3. So we are still waiting, and for the 764 crew to perform their pit stop. We have the 44 in the pits now as well, taking less fuel that pit stop now, I reckon. It's soft, and what's the gap to the leaders? Still more than 20 seconds. We might see a similar situation. So the car behind trying to unlap themselves and then break free. I could also imagine that Azorian and the ORT crew would be happy to stay behind Medi for the rest of the stint. I won't be an easy overtake. Guess that Viper is still a bit stronger in the straight line. Six center in for the 764 crew. We'll keep that P5, pretty sure. And let's have a look at the gap. P3, P4 was roughly 6 seconds after the pit stop, down to 3.3 again. Once again, we have BX Royal laying the Hunter. Brisbane being chased. Yeah, Viper and Lemon sounds like a match. I also forgot that the leaders are now on the racing softs, while we have the 45 on the racing mediums. So we probably won't be seeing an overtake from the 45, so but they want to stay with the leaders, of course. What a run through the 4 chicanes it was for Medi. A56 again on the mediums. Throughout that pit stop, we gained another 15 seconds, roughly, to E5. Quickly have a look at the gaps. P3, number 3 in P7, the 35 in P8, and the 66 in P9, roughly 10 seconds each between the cars. Slide rules in P10. Still has more than a minute to the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports car. Oh, they're still on the mediums, so they need to pit for the soft tires soon, arguably this lap. And the 64 car doing exactly that pit stop now. So into the pits they go. Oh, back to the battle for the upcoming battle for P3 it is. 2.5 now. And the E11. .3 compared to a 57.4. It's 1.1 seconds. That was close for cut. Got away with it. Quick look at the gap between P1 and P2, that is 25 seconds now. Oh, let's run with the BMW, hunting down the Aston Martin. Yeah. A 6 minute stop and go. That would definitely make a difference now. Nearly got that slipstream. So close yet so far. I think that 1-2 times maybe the X-Royal needs to find to get into that slipstream range. A good run out of an arch could be the missing puzzle piece. Let's see, 1.5. Not yet, not yet. There's some good traction out of the slow turns. And the BMW carrying the speed through the Porsche curves, gaining 2/10 now. .1. Here we go. So a lovely little NTTS NR decal next to Project 1 Racing. So any guesses in chat what the NTTS NR stands for? I may have revealed it earlier on, but let's see if someone listened. That's a good start, Zach. Yeah. Very, very close now. Will we see the run, the move into Mulsanne corner? It's 4/10 now, so probably not. That BMW now with the slip. We go to the TV camera and BX Royal makes that move before Indianapolis up into P3. Six-tenths already. The gap. Might see a 1 second gap between cars starting the next lap. This would be quite important, I think, for Project Platypus. What a run it was for BX Royal. 1.1 second starting lap 23. Brisbane fighting. Oh, a penalty. It's a bit of a shame that we are getting robbed of that fight, for now at least. The gap between P1 and P2 at 25 seconds, so looks like Lugi on the same pace as Azorian, and Maddie still staying with the race leaders. Race leaders on racing softs, Maddie on the medium tires. Gained some more time on P5, 37 seconds. Racing softs it is for stick. 57, 58, 56s for the 45 car. Running in that slipstream. Let's have a look at Jakey in the number 3 and Mr. SBS in the 35 car. 56.5 for the 35 last time around, trying to bring that gap down. It's another 20 seconds then to the 66 car running on those mediums. P10, we still have the Apex Hunter Racing BMW. The number 5 has pitted now on the Racing Softs. Still a huge gap to P10. .64 on those softs as well now. 48 seconds and it's the 77 in. Going for some racing soft tires for the rest of the stint. It is. So no close battle at the moment. Let's run with the leaders and maybe do a little bit of a race recap so far. So, the story of that race, so stint number 1, the 44 car. Need to do check, so we have a little bit of a situation there with the streamers, so I don't have anyone for the next one, so we might be missing out on the driver swap, and now we'll be jumping lobbies there. So yeah, story of that race. So stint number 1, the 44 car, got into the lead midway through that stint. while our championship leaders, number 5 car, had a bit of a nightmare. Stint damage on the opening lap, more penalties, more damage, and then the 44 car, they increased their lead up to nearly 2 minutes throughout this race before they had a disconnect later on. So the Overboost Racing Viper, they were constantly running in the top 3, and they took over the lead and running since the disconnect very strong in the lead. And also for the number 5 car, so they had a disconnect on the second stint, and they had a fast comeback stint during the night. They really made up some ground up onto the podium. Then after the night, entering the morning, and when it was looking like a damage limitation run, they had a really bad situation where their scheduled driver, did miss the start of the race, unfortunately. So they had a full lap void, a disconnect, which put them outside of the top 10. So they are currently running P11. One of the, let's say, feel-good stories What damage? No, I'm just doing the recap of the race so far. No one is damaged. Stop it. Finalized. Don't mix up my words. So yeah, one of the feel-good stories definitely for that race is the Project Platypus. So they weren't allowed to participate in the qualifying session after some shenanigans last round at Monza during the qualifying. So they had to start all the way from the back of the grid, and they were constantly moving up the order, and now running in P3 with very, very solid stints for all of their drivers. Despite that disconnect, the 44 is still like in this race. It's just 25 seconds with still over 4 hours then to go in the race. You never know. But yeah, that 2-minute lead was gone in an instant with that disconnect. The 20 Aston Martin, also a bit of an up and down race, so they were running very well. Podium all the time. Then there was also a disconnect in the early stages of the race. They fought back. P2, P3, now currently P4, but well within striking distance. So don't count them out. Podium is still very, very much in the realms of possibility for that 20 Aston Martin. And who would have thought that the Boomers Mobile, the 764 Aston Martin, for Sector 7 Racing would be their best running car with just over 8 hours to go in this event. A big shout out to the team, of course, not taking away anything from them. Still probably not what the team had in mind for this race. Number 3, Grid Life Racing also is running in P7 now, P3 in the overall standings. Yeah, I can quickly bring up the standings for you, of course. We see, we had a feeling in the qualifying session already that Lexus wasn't up to pace with the other cars. So they missed out on the Super Pole. They were running like P4, P5 throughout this race, but more like P6, 7, 8, around about that position. So it looks like it's also more like a damage limitation run here at Le Mans for the Lexus. And they could lose a couple of points then to the 45 last minute Racing Nissan. We see it's close in the mid pack. The Obus Racing team sitting in P8 would score massive points. Might jump all the way up to P4 in the standings. Also, the at 20 Project 1 Racing with some good points, and with the number 5 currently sitting in P11 and the 44 in P2, that could get quite close in the standings between those two teams after round number 6. It is so. While we are not having any like close battles currently, but I can quickly bring up the calendar, the schedule. So round number 6 it is at Le Mans. So we had the Monza 8 hours before, then the Nürburgring 24, 8 hours of the Red Bull Ring, the Bathurst hours, and the season opener, the 24 hours at Daytona. So next month it will be the 8 hours of the Clan. Then in September it's Fuji, 8 hours here with maybe interesting weather, like that time of the year in Japan. It might be very, very rainy, so that might be a very interesting one. Then it's back to America with the 12 hours at Road Atlanta, the G Le Mans, some might call it. And then the season will end at Spa with the 4th 24-hour event of the season. Maddie now getting very close to the leaders. We have a look at the gap between Maddie and Stick Sandra. 30 seconds, another 7 seconds gain since the last time we watched that gap. So Maddie's still running 56s on the mediums. There's the 69 car. Two very fast drivers behind. Moving out of the way early. We're looking at the gap. P3, P4, up to 7 seconds now. So a great stint on the softs for the 11 BMW with BX Royal at the helm. Brisbane in P4, doing solid lap times. Cannot keep up with that pace. Well, let's have a look at the other gaps. Grid Lap Racing number 3 car versus D35 Loose Moose Racing, and Mr. SBS is clearly catching the J-Key under 6 seconds. That gap. And we have the 66 car, very consistent lap times. 3 times at 59.6 in a row, and lap 23 and 24, it's the exact same lap time for Racetracks in that red Nissan GTR. So we saw the slide rules getting out of the way for Azorian and Maddie. Pole sitter then for Sector 7 Racing Esports in P11. Still a long way to go, and to get at least a top 10 in this race. 1 minute 40. The 64 in P12. 50 seconds in that gap. Now for Ridvan in the AMG. On the soft tires, Sluxy with a 58.5, so he will be probably happy to see that lap time with that BMW. Woo! What a moment it was coming out of Indianapolis. Code Brown once again. So 17:42. Roughly 7 minutes and 20 seconds between P12 and P13 at the moment. Those two drivers are still really close. So it looks like that Maddie is actually pushing the leader around the track. Oh, looking to go for a move now. He doesn't have the legs without the slipstream, so that Viper too strong in a straight line. This was probably also like a signal, like hey, so staying behind you for the longest time now. I think I want to go. 27 seconds between P1 and P2. Lap 28, so ooh, a big moment in the background for the BMW. Yeah, but starting with lap 28, so the end of lap 30 is where we see the driver swap, and now we see the move, Maddie pulling out of slipstream before Indianapolis corner, and now using the downforce of the GTR. Can he stay in front of Azorian before the Porsche curves? It's blue flags, but we saw that. Overtake now. Betty is allowed to try and give himself a little bit of a gap now through the Porsche curves, and this should be GTR territory. Yeah, clearly getting a gap between himself and the race leader. So this means that Maddie is back on the lead lap with the 45 car. Oh, 6 cars now on that lead lap. 28 seconds to gap. To the Boomers in P5, another minute to Brisbane for Project 1 Racing. Nearly 10 seconds to Project Platypus. 1 minute 45 to the 44 Esports Race Asylum car. Those are the top 6 on the lead lap. Then let's jump to P7 and P8. Jakey and Mr. SBS. Yeah. The Aston Martin driver for Loose Moose Racing is still catching. Under 5 seconds, closer to the 4-second mark. Now with 3 laps to go in this stint. Can Jakey hold on to that P7? It could be just enough for the green machine. GT Finland Racers in P9, 34 seconds. Not gaining on the medium tires. P10 still belongs to the 69 Apex Hunter Racing BMW. Another 5 seconds gain though for Pole Sitter and Sector 7 Racing Esports. Time is slowly running out for the team. It is the third Sector 7 Racing team, Mikugar AMG number 64. And Sluxy for the 77 Race Asylum Black BMW in P13. Okay, so it is lap 30. That's the final lap for our race leader in stint number 10. And So we have a bit of a different swap scenario now. So we unfortunately don't have a streamer ready in the next lobby. This means I will be jumping lobbies. So I don't know about the exact time, but somewhere around the driver swap. So say maybe we wait for the top 6 in this lobby to drive into the pits. Then we have a little intermission. I will switch lobbies and then we can continue in stint 11. So, a stint recap. We started with 9-10 seconds between P1 and P2 after the driver swap. Nearly 30 seconds. So, a net gain of nearly 20 seconds for the Viper and the number 1 crew, putting themselves in a very good situation. So last time, Indianapolis. Approaching the fast-flowing Porsche curves. Dropping down into 5th gear, keeping it smooth. Little lift needed on slightly worn racing softs. It is 4th gear up to 5th maybe. Back to 4th, 5th gear on the exit at some point. And then it will be box now for our race leaders. So in they go. Lugi now losing a bit more time on his in lap. So nearly 30 seconds. Sending it wide at the exit of karting. It might give them a penalty. It was okay. In it is as well. 44 in. Handing a car over in P2. And then we're waiting for Project Platypus BX Royal. 12 seconds now that gap to Brisbane in P4 for Project 1 Racing. 1 minute and 5 seconds to the Boomers. Sector 7 Racing, Aston Martin. 23 seconds. Maddie is still pushing these mediums. Porsche cars for the final time. Decent run, gained a couple of seconds on Lugi at the 44. And a great stint for the number 11. P3 for the handover. And Brisbane in P4, 12.5 seconds, giving his teammates still the chance for a fight for that final podium spot. And next one will be Stick Xander for Sector 7 Racing Boomers. So all of the Porsche cars will be under 22 seconds. The gap to Maddie in P6. It's been a very solid stint for the American driver. P5 it is. And we wait for Maddie to pit. Then I will leave this lobby and jump into the next one. So roughly a minute, I think, before we will be back with the live pictures. Please hold the line. I'm checking my network environment. Yeah, when you want to join another lobby, wait for an eternity. I see Stint 11. Quick livery check. Should be fine, I think. Okay. So, Stint 11, we ignore the standings on the left-hand side for now. It takes a little bit of time to adjust when you join a lobby when the race has started. You're running with the leaders. Definitely. It's ORT. So I reckon up to 10 minutes before we see the actual updated standings on the left-hand side. I know, not an ideal situation, but yeah, circumstances demand that I have to do back-to-back. commentary. You can tell we have Antonio in the lobby. We have Mike in the lobby. Oh, extremely fast drivers. We are staying with ORT, the #1 wiper, and until we get the updated results. So I can tell you that P-Rex is running on the medium tires. So not doing a fancy strategy. Stick to your guns. And it worked for the entire race, so why change something now? So let's hope we get an update, the standings, when T-Rex is crossing the line, showing P1 now. Let's go, slowly getting there. So next driver should be Mike. So it was roughly a 30-second gap between them. Here we go. Mike, 26 seconds. Not wasting any time. Sub 4 minute on that first flying lap. E3, we should see a platypus. Don't think that Kurt is the platypus. No, that's the 45 car, so it's not updated yet. Yeah, that's because I joined too late. It will be updated within the next couple of minutes. So all good, all good. So who is the platypus in that race? It's not Kurt, it's not Alex, it's not King Years, it's not Cookies. So who is it? It's still very much a guessing game for me. I don't wanna like go through the order now. And we wait. We wait. We have time in this stint. All cool. We see a couple of drivers. I'm leaving it. It's Melvin. Here we go. DQS. Melvin. That sounds about right. B11. Then on the track in P3. Who was in P4? It should be the P1R. Indeed, it is Archivert GT, aka Chris. 13 seconds that gap. And in P5, we should see a boomer car running. Still not Kurt. He should be running P6 for the 45. Last minute racing. We're waiting for one more driver to appear in P5. Then we should have at least the top 6 sorted. We go, Hide. Driving again. For the boomers. Then it's Kurt, and that Delta is refreshing like crazy. Big Maddie, that gap was roughly 20 seconds. 22, something like that. It is 31 for now. Why is that? I don't know. Probably lost 10 seconds somewhere. But the fuel is looking the same. I'm not sure. Maybe there was a bit of a miscommunication. We don't know. Oh, a battle. 35 versus the number 3. Alex versus King Ears. Aston Martin versus Lexus. We go. We weren't running on board with a Lexus for quite some time. It's a good opportunity. Looks like that Alex has a bit more pace. King Ears keeping up with the Aston Martin due to the slipstream, but might just lose it. very soon. Still gained 3/10 before Indianapolis. The Aston Martin again showing the good traction, acceleration out of slow turns, so giving them now that 1.5 second advantage. Interesting gear choices, let's put it that way. Close to abusing the gearbox with those heavy downshifts. And Alex broke the slipstream. Now 2 seconds that gap. So I think the gaps should be sorted. Let's run us through the grid order with the gaps. Number 1, the ORT Viper leading 23.5 seconds. The gap to the 44. Esports Race Asylum. Nissan. So Mike gained a couple of seconds since the pit stop. P3, we have Project Platypus. Melvin in that number 11 BMW. P4, we see Project 1 Racing, Aston Martin, the number 20. It's P1R's co-team owner, Archiver to GTE / Chris. And in P5, we have Hide for the Boomers. That's a 764 Aston Martin out of the sector 7 racing crew. Kurt for last minute racing, the 45 Nissan in P6. Still, no, not on the lead lap anymore, I think. That's Pyrex. Kurt? Yeah. A lap down again. So top 5 are on that lead lap. We saw that. It's 35 in P7. The number 3 in P8, just separated by 2 seconds. Harlex for Loose Moose Racing and King Years for Grid Life Racing, sitting in the cars now. Then the GT Finland Racers, Cookies in the 66 red Nissan. P9, P10, we have AHR Apex Hunter Racing in that colorful BMW with the 69. One to watch in the stint definitely is Antonio for the Sector 7 Racing Esports team, the number 5 car out of position in this race. P11, a minute and 6 seconds, the gap to P10. Pretty sure Antonio will be pushing like crazy to bring that gap down. Then it's McNaughty for Sector 7 Racing, Mick Hugar, the 64 AMG. And last but definitely not least, the 77 BMW or Race Asylum Black Team and Chase Piteri, Polish driver. Was it Polish? I don't know about the flags anymore. I don't think so, it's Polish. By the way, that would be like red and white, but like being a different layout. That is a different flag. Roast me on it. I have no clue. Someone in chat will pretty sure tell me what nationality that is. Let's play fun with flags again. The IRO Le Mans 24 Hours edition. Um, 20 seconds and yep, coming down between the top two. 59s for Pyrex in the Viper and 58s for Mike in the 44 Nissan. That doesn't sound like that convincingly. Malta? Question mark. Looks like Malta finalized. Okay, so we got a hint. I somewhat thought that Malta had like a cross in their flag, but maybe that's just bad product placement in Germany, because there are some Swedes called Malteser. I'm pretty sure they have like somewhat of a cross in it. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but I'm tired, as I know I don't want to say it, the bad word. We have to keep it family friendly here at the IRO. So. But usually it's just one search away. Let's go to that one. Yeah, it is Malta, and on the top left, that little thing is actually a cross. So it's probably confirmed. That is Malta. Let's continue with the rundown. 15 seconds, still a gap between P3 and P4. 59s for Chris. 4-1 for Melvin last time around. a bit of traffic. Here they increasing his gap to Kurt. Kurt with consistent 4:02s. And after breaking the toe, the Harlex has a 4-second gap now to King Ears in the green machine in P8. '59s for the race silent driver. Bookies, so the same level, pace level it is. 11:03 behind P9 top 10 and Antonio. 57.5 on the racing mediums. Under 1 minute the gap to P10 now. A look at McNordy lap times for the 64 AMG into the 4:01s now, and Chase Pitteri 4:03 currently, waiting for the next lap time with a 1-second penalty. So where's the most interesting development? Currently it might be between P1 and P2 actually. Oh. So Ray confirming Malta. Okay. So yeah, P1, P2. I think 10 seconds already that Mike gained on P-Rex. The 44 is flying again around the Le Mans circuit. Maltesers, yeah, that's about sweet, I know, and they are delicious. Yeah, I know. Maybe also addictive. A dangerous kind. Indeed. Indeed. Let's have a look at the gap between Melvin and our keyword. That's still 15 seconds between P3 and P4. Evenly paced at the moment. That sounds like a threat finalized. So does this mean you get your internet sorted at your current place then? So, is this the calm before the storm? That final stint. This is now the setup stint, like to get your car into the position. No, it's just brake balance and the downforce that can be adjusted. So the rest is like in-game BOP, no other adjustments available for the teams and the drivers in the 2025 season. We have all racing tire compounds available. The racing mediums are mandatory in every stint, though. Yeah, I was just touching on that setup stint now. Get your car in the best possible position for your final stint drivers. This is usually where we see the big guns again for this final stint of the race. Four-minute lap time for Antonio. Something must have happened that lap. Let's see, he was doing 3 minute 57s on the previous laps. That 4 minute, bit of a setback. Oh, again a bit of a wiggle. Part of the Dunlop chicane. I think he got away with that. It depends, finalized, I'd say. Depending on the situation. Yeah. I think every country has pasta, by the way. We're just cycling through the grid at the moment as we don't have any. Ooh, a big slide for the 77. Yeah, we don't have any real battles currently. Looking at the gap between P1 and P2, 16.5 seconds. Look at that run. It's probably a penalty throughout the lap, still under 16 seconds. P3 to P4. Melvin now increasing his pace slightly, 16.7. The gap between P5 and P6 also going up, 41 seconds now. Have a look at current lap times. They're improving. 4.2s now into the 4.01s. So getting there. 3.58s for the 35. And King here's in the number 3. Also down to a 3.58 in the last lap. Not washed for one lap. Now, can he confirm that lap time? The 58. Again. We wait for the next sector split. If he's on track. Two tenths. Yes. A lot of love in the chat for King Ears. Yeah, same pace currently for Cookies in the 66 Nissan. Oh, it's Antonio, who has a 57.1 and improving again after that 4-minute flat on lap 6. He's aiming for a 56 on those mediums. 50 seconds the gap to P10. Got a little bit loose. The exit of the Michelin chicane. No penalty, so let's continue with the run with the next comeback. Still up by a little bit. Still purple, but probably not slipping into the 56s anymore. Is that Italian quality wine €7 a bottle? I don't know. Will it be a new fastest lap of the stint for Antonio? Not quite, but still a very fast lap time. Back to the gap between P1 and P2, 13.3. So it's an interesting development. Distance so far. Mike really pushing. That Nissan or the 44 esports race asylum crew since the driver swap. We had 29 seconds when we left stint 10. It's down to 13.4 now. And that stint still an hour and 15 minutes to go. And curious to see the pace on the racing softs later on. "13 seconds, still gaining, under 13 seconds. So probably looking around lap 18 for the pit stop and the tire change. 2 racing softs. Another 5/10 gained. So 58 versus a 4-minute for P1 and P2. Melvin in third. Securing that P3. Standing in that gap. Oh, nearly up to 20 seconds. To Chris for Project One racing in the Aston Martin. Today for the Boomers, Sector 7 Racing, Aston Martin in P5. Kurt in P6 for last minute racing. Alex is pushing in P7. 8.5 seconds to King Years. 27 to the 45. Car 58 all the way for the Norwegian driver in that Canadian team, Loose Moose Racing. So this could still lead to a position change later on. Is the stint between the 35 and the 45. Back into the 59s for King Years. cookies in the 58s. Now gaining a little bit. Now 37 seconds. That's still a long way to go. Let's have a look at the Lemons lap times for Apex Hunter Racing. Bit of yo-yoing around the 4-minute mark. Quarter 69. 46 seconds to gap to Antonio. 57s, 58s, maybe a 57 again on this lap. We wait for the next sector split to tell us. Yep, 2 times purple this time. Alright, let's get on board. Blue flag is a bit annoying. Should be close to getting rid of this blue flag warning in the game. Now lost a little bit. Yeah, in this sector. But a 57 definitely possible again. Carrying massive speed through the Porsche curves. .2, here we go. .7. Looks like the Viper is struggling a little bit. Not able to go sub 4 minutes currently. Mike consistently running the 3-minute 58s. Oh, 3-4 laps until we see the pit stops. Look at the gap between P3 and P4, up to 20 seconds now. Bevan also running. Sorry for that. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't mute my mic. Oh, that came from way down. Oh, a relief now. Okay, so yeah, Melvin, 58s. And Archivert for Project 1 Racing. It's close to Arc 2, yeah. 59s it is for the Aston Martin. Up there on the gap between P6 and P7, it's 24 seconds now. Personal best for Kurt, 4 minute 0.7. It's still roughly 2 seconds per lap slower than the 35. Very consistent lap times. 33 59s, mid to high. Oh, 59 for King Ears. Whereas Cookie's still lapping in the 3 minute 58s. Gained another 1 to 2 seconds the last couple of laps. Lemon's 4 minutes. Mid to high. Under 40 seconds, that gap to Antonio, who got that fastest lap of the stint, down to a 57.0. Slowly approaching the closing stages of this 24-hour race here with the International Racing Organization. It's round 6 of the 2025 GT Endurance Championship. On the bottom you see the top 3 in the overall championship standings. And this car, being the dominant car so far in the season, still running outside of the top 10. They had a really unlucky race so far with disconnects, damage, missing an entire stint. So it is probably T10 the best they can get unless someone else gets a DC. Of course, another 3 minutes then between P9 and P10. So that's definitely one of the stories of that race so far. At the number 5 car having a shocker of a race this time, and they might be in danger of losing the championship lead after this round. So we go back to the front 2 runners. The Viper's still in that lead, roughly 9 seconds that gap. With Mike pushing. For the first 59 in quite some time. I think first time that GTEC actually gained a couple of tenths on Mike. Lap. Maybe there was a penalty on that lap. There's a calculation for the penalty, so they had like a rejoin time, like roughly 9 minutes behind the leaders. So that's quite a big one, of course. So I think they were just back onto the lead lap before that missed stint. Melvin extending the gap, 21.5 seconds now. Have a look at the gap between P6 and P7, down to 20 seconds. It is also a developing story incoming. Still 35 seconds between P8 and P9, so still a nice little safety cushion for the Grid Life Racing driver in that number 3 Lexus. We're kicking in slowly now for the drivers. So yeah, look, it's still at lap 18, lap 19, something like that for the pit stops. Whoa, that was a big drift coming out of an arch. Well held. Yeah, less than 3 hours to go now in this event. So half of stint 11 and then a full 2-hour stint for the final one, stint number 12, where we race to the checkered flag. Also, final driver swap then incoming between stint 11 and stint 12. Looking at the lap times, bit of ups and downs, but mainly 4 minutes for McNaughty in the 64 AMG. 77 with that 1:4:00.8, and then the rest 4:02s. running with the 77 now for the rest of this lap, and then we jump back to the race leaders to see that gap. In those long endurance races, every driver, every team will tell their story, their own story about this race. What happened, what went wrong, what was good. Like, it's definitely an experience for everyone involved in those events. And the most important thing, and fingers crossed from my side, that all 13 teams that are racing this weekend will be able to see the checkered flag. Every single one really deserves that. After all the efforts, the practice that went into this event once again. It looks like since a couple of laps now, the Viper comes a bit to life, and keeping that gap at 9 seconds. Mike not really gaining that much or at all. It's a light car now, that Viper. Maybe that helps with the lap times. For the first time, I think we see that gap dropping under 8 seconds for a brief moment at least. One minute and 52 and 2. The Project Platypus BMW, the number 11. Said in the last stint, probably the feel-good story so far in this race. Good lap so far. We saw blue appearing. Will we see at least a 58 again for the number 11? Still blue. Nearly lost the rear, so lost a bit of momentum. 58.8. Chris for Project One Racing. Very consistent 59s all the way. It could be a 58. Just 59.0. The heyday for the Boomers. Dropping a little bit in pace the last couple of laps, but not able to run those 3-minute 59s anymore. Kurt back to the 401s mainly. And Alex in the 35. 38s mainly. Gaining. On the 45. We're getting closer to that pit stop now. All 39s for King Ears. 58s and 59s for Cookies. So 33 seconds now. We go back to our leaders. Will we see the pit stops now? The field looking quite low. Our leaders, and indeed, they are pitting. Mike as well. 6.7 seconds at a massive in-lap. Well, and saved some fuel. Okay. So, I reckon under 5 seconds, maybe 3 seconds even, depending on the amount of fuel that goes into the car now. So we go the race in the pits between the two cars now. So how much fuel will go into those cars? Still, both will go on to these softs, and it's close. Less fuel for Mike, and 2.5 seconds maybe coming out of the pits. So we have a battle for the lead now, both on the soft tires. And here we go. Mike with a massive first stint again on those medium, saved fuel compared to the Viper and gained time. And if he gets a good outlap and gets into the slipstream range, and we might see the 44 back in the lead very soon. P3 also pitching now. T keeping that gap roughly at 2 seconds. Chicane though, advantage for the Nissan. The straight advantage for the Viper. See, P1R staying out. So jump in. The Project Platypus BMW for now. I will be pitting this lap though. Oh, Mike pushing too hard. Half a second penalty on the outlap. There's traffic ahead. The 69 and the 3 for the Overboost Racing team. The number 1 Viper car. Might be getting a little tow on the run towards Indianapolis. See, 2.3, that gap already. Mike with that half-second penalty. We'll be looking at a 3-second plus gap then before the Porsche curves. flags now showing for the drivers. Gap still big enough, I think. Mike served that penalty. It's 3.5 and going up. So that undercut in the pits, all undone with that penalty. Will the drivers head into the pits now? The 69 and the 3 would be nice if you're rooting for ORT, of course. Oh, the number 3 car staying out, the 69 as well. Go through the Porsche curves, lost a little bit of time, and gets a 1 second penalty. Cut the entry of the first chicane, probably a bit too much. So forget about that undercut thing, didn't work. Oh, it's the other way around. That 1 second penalty is quite severe for our race leaders. It's like 2.4, 2.2. Good Tete Rouge. Again gaining initially. Now we'll be losing on top end. Still gained in the grand scheme. So 2.2, 2.3 out of the Daytona chicane. It is. Project 1 Racing is in now, so they will lose their position to the Project Platypus BMW. We go back to P1, P2, 2.5 seconds. Our second chicane. Mike getting the toe. Run towards Mulsanne corner. Also, T-Rex got that little bit of extra speed behind the BMW. Now, blue flags for the number 3. They still provide a nice little tow for the 44. They're staying in front for now. Probably just after Anage, where we have our next blue flag zone, actually before Anage. 2.5, so P-Rex serving that 1 second penalty. Opportunity for Mike now to get into the slipstream range. And here we go. Roughly a second, less than a second before the Porsche curves. Let's go on board. All over the rear now. Looking, showing his nose. GTR can definitely carry more speed through the 4 chicanes. But then again, as soon as the Viper hits the 5th gear, I think it will be tough for the Nissan to keep up with them. So into the Dunlop chicane, left, right, a little bit of a correction needed. This is as close as it can get through Tetre Rouge. Maybe too close. Won't be getting that slingshot. Probably needs to try the bump draft and then send it. Oh, a little bit of weaving going on. Straight, I think that's a little bit too much. Left, right, and we have one defensive move usually. Oh, a penalty for Mike. Pushing too much over. But, so that was your one defensive move. That is weaving. Sorry, ORT. That's not on. That's not on. That's not how we race in here. So, if someone for the ORT team is in the chat, please tell your driver, don't do that again. This will be an incident report and pretty sure a penalty if it continues like that. Sorry to be that hard and harsh, but rules are rules, and I personally hate those moves. Going left, right, left all the time. Yeah, too many moves. Definitely. So Mike still needs to stay calm. Of course. With that penalty, he won't be getting into the lead. Way too much. Yeah. Whoa, what a send! It was too deep. Whoa, let's watch that again. That was a Hail Mary attempt into Indianapolis. So maybe it got to Mike that the bit of racing recently. So I know I can't do the replay because I joined the lobby too late, so replay is not working. But we saw that mighty dive. Didn't make the apex, went onto the gravel. In the end, lost more than it actually helped. But I think he made his intentions clear, so yeah, stop toying with me. It's definitely now gloves up for that battle for the lead. Mike is pushing. Close that gap again. 6/10 now. 7/10, okay. Oh. Round number 2. Approaching the Mulsanne straight. Now through the S's. Let's see, it's 7/8 currently. Good run for Mike. 6/10, 7/10. Tetre Rouge carrying the speed and momentum, keeping it on the track. There we go. Half a second. We go again. We go to the reverse camera. Purex floored it out of Tertre Rouge. Maybe accepting that half-second penalty to just get the run, stay in front. But then, coming out of the Daytona chicane, we have the GTR with the better exit, but now losing in the straight line. So unable to go that pace on the straight line, but then more downforce through the chicanes. Too far back now for Ascent. Half a second would be ideal for Mike for the next power section. It is 9/10 and will go probably up more than a second before the next braking zone. Out of an a little bit of a wiggle, not the best run. The penalty though for the Viper, 1.2 seconds, probably just enough to stay in the lead. Yeah, but Mike is back now for 10th, gaining entry of the Porsche curves. Whoa, what a run. The closing speed is insane. Will we see the move? No. Again, just showing the nose, so deja vu. Mike now really, really close. Start lap 23. On the edge for the Viper. So much more speed through the S's. And we go with my favorite camera. And this time Mike gets the strong part of the slipstream early on. So he can keep up with the Viper now. Just, no, doesn't get any closer. The Viper still pulling away with that slipstream. Back to where we started, 3/10. And then, whoa, that was a bit of a missed gear or a bit of a desync. Again, we are seeing these moves left, right. So one defensive move back to the racing line, that was okay. Not more. living on the edge with those moves, definitely. So half a second now into Mulsanne corner. It's a good run for Mike. And this time, again, as soon as the Viper hits fifth gear, it's tough for the GTR to keep up with, so that half second should be enough for the number one car to stay in the lead. Out of Indianapolis, what a run. It is purple for Mike. Less than 3/10. Panache. Good exit for both cars. Where to go for the move if you're in Mike's position? Like, that's top end. The Viper, it's tough. And for the move, bit of a compromised entry into the Porsche curves for P-Rex. And then Mike with the inside line. Can they go side by side? It's still a position for contact between the two drivers. The Viper stays in front. So that could have ended like in tears for both drivers, actually. And what an intense battle we have for the lead. Sorry for not showing the rest of the grid at the moment, but with like 2.5 hours to go and we have the battle for the lead close like that, we have to stay with this one. We don't want to miss maybe a race deciding move. Again, really close. Now, opportunity. This is like as close as Mike can get. It's too early, I think. Too early to go with a famous Fast and Furious quote. So... But Mike, whoa, a late move. He pulled that off. He is now probably a sitting duck on the second, third of that Mulsanne straight. Here we go, side by side, and that Viper with the top speed advantage into the lead. It is exciting, thrilling racing now for that lead in the 24-hour race here at Le Mans. So the Viper staying in the lead. Then again, we have Mike close and within a dive bomb distance, let's put it that way, approaching the Mulsanne corner. So if the inside is open, no, too far behind. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle not helping Mike here. Good. Let's do so. A quick run down the order before we see that battle going into the next round. Alvin, Archivert, P3, P4, Hide, P5, Alex got past, Kurt, so P6 for the 35, P7 for the 45, King Ears in P8, Bookies in 9th, Antonio up to P10, just got past 11th in the AHR BMW, Lake Nordy, P12. And Jay Spitari in P13 back to the lead battle, and we are just in time. Mike has the inside line for the Porsche curves, but not the top end once again. Inside line is open. Once again, we saw that earlier on. A bit of contact. Mike has to back out. Contact again. Oh. Pulling alongside. Still that Viper. It's just a little bit of advantage. Late into the 4 chicanes. But defending that position. Yeah, it probably will end in tears at some point, but as long as it's raging on, we'll definitely enjoying that one. Approaching the end of that stint, and definitely a bit of heat currently happening, and so who can stay calm this time? Mike trying with the bump draft attempt and then sending it into the chicane, probably. Yeah, bump drafting the Viper. So waiting for the second chicane, I reckon, would be more beneficial. Again, a bit too late. Not ideal. He needs to have an extraordinary good run out of the Daytona chicane. Didn't quite work. Oh yeah. The 3/10 is just not enough for GTR in the slipstream with that Viper. Up to half a second again. Half a second, that's enough of a gap for the Viper. Ooh, maybe a little moment to breathe for everyone. No, 6/10, 7/10, so at least until the Porsche curves, no wheel-to-wheel racing action happening. Oh, a half-second penalty, I missed that. So this is the golden opportunity for Mike and the 44 to get into the lead. Here we go. Up in front now, defending the inside line for the Porsche curves. He needs to stay in front to make use of the downforce advantage for the GTR, and he does that. So he will open up that gap to maybe a second coming out of the Porsche curves. We go 1.1, exit of karting. Viper with a decent run, staying in that slipstream range. So the 4 chicanes, again, very crucial for the 44 car in 1.3, 1.4. That looks very promising. A massive run for Mike, and it's 1.7, 1.6 a huge lap for the 44 car. Now, that was, I think, a clutch moment in this race. And using now the speed, the GTR through the corners. That Viper still not giving up, but now it's 1.7 before Tete Rouge. 1.8. Oh, that's massive now for Mike and the 44 crew. And a half-second penalty for the Viper as well. So those last 1.5 to 2 minutes. Whoa. Viper still catching on that straight. 1.5. Run out of the Daytona chicane. Advantage for the Nissan again. 1.7. Brief moment. And we see the Viper 5th gear and starting to bring down that gap. 1.6. 0.5. 1.4. Once again, the same game. Not as big as an advantage coming out of the Michelin chicane. It's 1.5 and GTEC getting into the slipstream range before the Mulsanne corner. Will be less than 1.4, maybe less than 1.3. Let's see. So Mike braking 1.3 now. A bit deep, maybe. Not ideal, I reckon. Yep, it's 1.1 already. Getting into the 1 second and less than the 1 second range out of slipstream. Pick it up for that Viper. Gaining on Mike. Still keeps it penalty free, but will be roughly half a second when they approach Indianapolis. Oh wow. Oh, it's not over yet. It's not over. Half a second between the two cars. Dust. A little bit of dust. All good. So that half second now will be roughly 1.5 seconds before the Porsche curves. So if you are rooting with Races Adam, you say, run, Mikey, run! It's 1.2. 1.2. So once again, the Porsche curves need to be Nissan territory. GTEC losing now ground. 2 seconds it is coming out of the S's. .2. Great final sector again for Mike. It's 2.3 starting lap and another 1 second penalty. So this might be a game over in this stint for Overboost Racing. That 1 second, that's gonna hurt. Definitely. Not that kind of spikes. Sorry. I can only spectate and tell you what's going on. I'm not responsible for the driving. So then let's run us quickly through the rest of the grid order. Project Platypus still in P3. 21.5 seconds the gap to Project 1 Racing in P4. 1 minute and 20 to the Sector 7 Racing Boomers. Another 50 seconds to smooth racing. Still the top 5 on the lead lap. P6 downwards, 1 lap down. 9.3 to Kurt in the 45 machine for last minute racing. 18 seconds for the number 3 Grid Life Racing crew. P8 another 18 seconds. And to the GT Finland racers, the 66 GTR. In P10 we have the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports. It's 9:02. 5. Oh, that's 3 minutes 50-ish, so nearly a lap. Yep. We see the gap now 3:48, so I wasn't too far off with my quick math. Then in P11 we have Apex Hunter Racing, the 69. Nearly 2 minutes, then the gap to the 64 AMG for Sector 7 Racing Bikugar. And P13 we have Race Asylum Black, number 77 Beamer. So back to our race leaders. It's correct, serve that penalty. It's 3.5 seconds now. That gap lap 27. So the end of lap 31, where we will see the next driver swap. Five seconds now. Mike pushes and pushes that car. Will we see any other battles before the driver swap? 22 seconds between P3 and P4. That's not gonna change, probably. Between P4 and P5, nope. P5 and P6. That is still a big gap. 6 to P7. 7 P8, maybe Kingers can bring down that gap to under 10 seconds. Or even more. It's still like 4.5 laps of racing. 2 seconds per lap. So yeah, could be 7-8 seconds before the swap. 20 seconds between P8 and P9. And the best the number 5 can get without any other disconnect will be P10 this race. 3 minutes 48 seconds the gap to P9. Running, so let's run with P1R. Ten seconds currently the gap to Melvin. Was there a mistake? A 4 minute 7 and oh no, I see damage on that car. There was a mistake, the number 11 front damage, and also the front right rear suspension. Hitting, probably not an option that close to the end of the stint. Can they survive? It's 9 seconds and coming down, and also a penalty on top of it. So that final bit of extra motivation for P1R. They see that gap is coming down. They have a chance at the podium again. 7.6. We see that car limping now down the Mulsanne straight. Oh, again. Whoa. A big wiggle coming out of Mulsanne corner. It's 6.4, 6.3. Five seconds, so that no, I don't think they can keep that P3 with that damage currently. Three seconds, less than 3 seconds. Judging that pace, maybe a pit stop is needed to fix that damage now. Let's see. What's the decision? Yeah, they're having to pit. Now P3 goes to the Project 1 racing team. Lap 29. 3 more laps to go in this stint. A big development happening. Also, it's a long pit stop, changing tires as well, repairing that damage now. And then let's see the gap. It's 33 seconds. 53 incoming. Well, but we don't know. I mean, slow on fuel, fresh soft tires. The risk, like he got damage. He was maybe pushing too much. So, I don't know. It's in Germany. There's a saying: Pokal oder Hospital. So, all or nothing. Loosely translated. Yeah, but that's a huge gap now. 33 seconds. Giving the teammate quite a challenge, and we keep that gap in mind before the driver swap. Looks like Melvin definitely wasn't feeling comfortable with that damage anymore. So it was his decision probably to pit and push for the last 3 laps. The other gap's still big enough between the drivers P4, P5, P5 and P6. P6 to P7, what about King years? Getting closer to that 10-second mark. .7 at the moment. Wings up 4 minutes and 3:57. Twice in a row on those soft tires. 20 seconds to gap, 2 cookies. Tires starting to fade now for most of the drivers. Antonio, yeah, 3:45. Still the gap. Let's prepare our final driver swap sequence for this stream. .8 seconds. Nice little gap. And for Mike and the 44 Esports Race Asylum team. Ready for the driver swap. Let's see, lap 30. So 1 more lap. It is 8.4. Pushing, pushing, pushing further, further and further. Relentless now. Nine seconds for Mike, who will be starting his final lap. Just a couple of seconds. Oh, that might be a penalty. Not sure about that cut. Oh, he got away with it. So final lap of the stint for the 44. 9.5 seconds, the gap to the number 1 Viper. It's still close between the two teams after 22 hours of racing. And in P3 we have the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, the number 20 car. Melvin, after repairing that damage, gained 3 seconds already. Not on a proper lap at this stage, but on a personal best. So Hide in P5 for the Boomers. Loose Moose Racing in P6. 20 seconds the gap to Last Minute Racing in P7, and less than 10 seconds now the gap for Grid Life Racing in the green number 3 Lexus. Still left 20 seconds for the GT Finland Racers in P9, 66 GTR, and P10 we have number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports team, P11 then AHR 69 BMW, P12 it's a 64 Sector 7 Racing Cougar AMG, and the 77 BMW for Race Asylum Black. Running with Mike now for those final 2 minutes in this stint before, and we headed over stint 12, and it will be GT45 Gaming again to bring us all home. River, no. Just no. I reckon you had a good amount of sleep. So I'm like really struggling now. The last time into the Porsche curves, quarter 44. Coming out of the SS karting, no drama, and now a box, and then oof, he made it. The Viper also in the pits, 8.6 seconds it is. So let's go to our transition screen then in 3, 2, 1. A half, a fourth. Here we go. Transition screen is live, so we should see the lead car in the pits now and see the work, hopefully. Now on the car, very soon. Here we go. The drivers are not asleep, so they continue with the racing action. 26 seconds. So Melvin with the fastest lap of that stint, a 56.2. Again, 7 seconds since the pit stop. Still a big gap, of course, for the final stint driver. We have Evo in the car for the 44 and Azorian for the number 1 Viper. I can see that from my little preview. So here comes the number 20 into the pits in P3. Another 25 seconds behind. It will be Melvin handing over the car, the number 11 Jack Platypus BMW, to the final stint driver. See if I can spot that as well. So we will be racing for P1R. That's a Lapin GT. Russ taking the wheel, and Project Platypus, I can't see them yet. Won't be taking that much longer for me to tell. Yeah, it has been asked quite a lot, finalized. So we've seen a couple of drivers like really flying through the last couple of turns without looking at the track limit penalties. So definitely a gray area and needs to be addressed, I think, at the next admin meeting. The 3 cars are running in stint number 12 now. Evo, Azorian and a Lapin GT. So the 4th car should be the Project Platypus BMW. Who's racing is in. 5 seconds just a gap between 45 and the number 3 car. We wait until we see those cars pitting. And the 45, oh, nearly bottled the pit entry. That will cost them a couple of tenths. King Years, yeah, gained 1.3 seconds during that pit stop. Cookies will be the next driver to pit. Still don't see the Project Platypus car in the next stint, so but we will go full screen now. So Cookies is in. Then we'll hand it over to GT45 Gaming for the rest of this race. Yeah, thank you all for watching. Jaeger over and out for this one. Let's hand it over to GT45.
Hello everybody, we are GT45 Gaming and we are here to take you through the final 2 hours of the race here. So 22 hours have already gone by so quickly and we are down to the final 2. So let's break it down for everybody essentially here. Let's get into what's going on here now. My live timing is currently a little bit messed up, so you know, we'll take it as it comes here. But we got a livery not showing up here as well. It is interesting. So we're gonna have to let the drivers run on the track here for a minute, cross a few live timing lines before our information is going to update correctly, so we have a little bit of a better idea what's exactly going on here. But we do know that obviously the 44 GTR is our current race leader. That much we do know, and we do know that number 1 Dodge Viper is second place in behind. So for that, we'll just hang tight here for a minute and wait and see what happens. Not sure why the game's live timing is messed up like this right now, but it is messed up. So I hope we've all been enjoying the race up to this point. It has definitely been an up and down race here. I mean, it's Le Mans, that's to be expected. It's had its highs and its lows for the majority of these teams at this point. And basically as soon as all 13 teams get out of pit lane is probably when we're going to see the timing correct itself. So until then, we don't really have a full scope of what's going on. And I'm not seeing all the liveries correctly either, so that's fantastic. All right. However, with that being said, I feel like we finally sorted out the stream. So after 6 hours of commentary and some hit and miss moments with the stream, it seems like at least that part has sorted itself out. So that's fantastic. Now we just need the game to sort itself out, and that would be extra fantastic, you know? So again, we just have to sit tight and wait as the racers complete their outlaps, I guess. It seems like the live timing is slowly placing said drivers back in their running order. I don't know what's going on, but there's definitely a data transfer issue in this particular lobby. All right, so I haven't been keeping tabs over the last 4 hours of the race here. Obviously, we were very tired for some reason, and we definitely had to get a little bit of rest in the commentators' accommodations here at the track. So, inform me, chat. Do we have a challenge completed at this point, or are we still hunting for that 53 lap here today? Go loose, Moose. We'll go through all the cars here in just a moment. I'm just trying to get the game to correct itself in the running order and timing of the racers here in the lobby. So bear with me here. The game is giving me a little bit of issue. Oh, it's 54.7 set by Medi. Yeah, I got it. Yep, I did see that lap. Alright, so we are running out of time here in this 24-hour race to see if that challenge gets met. It is a tall challenge. It is a very large challenge, and it's not impossible. So it's one of those challenges that you don't expect to necessarily get met, but if it happens, it'll be fantastic, right? So you don't see the extra push to hit that extra level if you don't give some incentive to try and see that extra level met. So let's see if it happens. Alright, so the number 44 GTR from Esports Race Asylum here is in the lead. Obviously they had that mechanical issue a few hours ago, but have found their way back up to the top end of the field here. 22-second gap to Azorian in the number 1 Dodge Viper from Camp ORT. I mean, obviously you guys aren't going to be able to see what number of the car or what it looks like here on some of these cars because we're having some data transfer issues from the game to our spectator mode here. So thankfully I know moving through, and that's always great. Number 20 Aston Martin right here for Project One Racing is in 3rd place, so 2 minutes in behind 2nd place and a 24-second gap currently over BX Royal and the number 11 Platypus Racing BMW. So a little bit of a gap there, but definitely not insurmountable before the end of the race here today. We've got Wid in the number 764 Sector 7 Racing Boomer Aston Martin here, and they're about a minute in behind 4th place with 42 seconds in the good to our Labs Mr. SBS in 6th place. So the number 35 Aston Martin here now moving and grooving, but only has 7.6 seconds to the 45 car in 7th place. So the number 45 car here, the last minute racing GTR, and we're missing several liveries showing up here in this lobby. It's unfortunate. And is holding the current overall fastest lap of the race here as well with a 3:54.7, as I was just finding out from the chat here. So that's interesting. Apparently her controller battery is low. Alright, ERA is Jakey here in number 3 Grid Life car in 8th place, 24 seconds in behind number 45 car, and sitting 20 seconds ahead of the 66 GTR from the GT Finland Racing team here. So from there we have our 10th place driver, which is the number 5 Lexus here. That takes us to our 11th place team, which is the 69 BMW of AHR, and then that takes us to the 64 car of Sector 7 Racing Mini Cougar team, and then that leaves Slugsy here, the RA Black car that has yet to come out. So we're missing half of the race essentially here in the lobby for this stint. Don't know what to say there. I mean, I'm on a gigabyte solid hardline internet. I should be not having this issue. Let's go, Ted. Let's go, Sindre. Alright, 3:56.4 now, the fastest lap of the session. I'm sure that is going to continue to change here for a little bit as well, as drivers lock in to their cars and get into their full push mode essentially. So we're less than 2 hours away from race finish here at this point this weekend for the 24 hours of Le Mans here from the International Racing Organization, and it's been an interesting one. There's been some storylines here, but I think the biggest one here is this right here, the number 1 Dodge Viper has had a slow first half of the season in a sense. They decided to make a car change between round 4 and 5 to the Dodge Viper. Had a fairly good showing at Monza in the 8 hours of Monza about a month and a half ago now, 6 weeks ago roughly. And then as we head into round 6 here at Le Mans, it is definitely the car has some very strong prowess here at Le Mans, is very evident. So having very good races, the number 1 crew here, and sitting in second place currently. Heading to our Project 1 Racing at Martin here. They have a very gorgeous blue livery on this car. We just don't get to see it very. Sitting in third place. No immediate battles, surprisingly enough, here actually. Coming out of I believe that is correct, so let's go. Let's go to that battle here. As Medi continues to try and reel in Mr. SBS here. While that is going on, we are going to open up something here. See if it kills support here. Right, so we are on lap 5, 6 for the race leader here of 31. We will not see the leaders in this stint pit at the end of lap 30 here to do a driver's swap or transition phase. We will see this race run right to the checkered flag here now. And once that checkered flag has ran and the 13 cars have come across that start and finish line here, we will have an official 24 hours of Le Mans in the books. So it has been an interesting race so far. And as things are currently sitting, the 44 car looking very good to have a very good gain on points. The current championship points leaders, which is the number 5 Sector 7 Esports Lexus. And with that being said, potentially maybe where they could leapfrog maybe the Sector 7 Esports Racing number 5 here with the gap between themselves and those drivers. So it'll be interesting to see. How this all works out in the end. just looking for something here, so just bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to lag the stream. I'm doing a little pre-test here. Is what I'm doing. We're having a little bit of issues with our, obviously with our streaming equipment here in the last 24-hour event. So we are just preparing ourselves for the end of the race, essentially. Good battle going on here as the 45 was closed right in on the 35, so I'm glad that I was had this in the back of my mind as I was tinkering around in the background here, because I knew that this was obviously starting to happen here. So the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR here has closed right tight in on 35 Aston Martin, and is going to use that slipstream there to pull out and make the pass. Heading up North 31 here, and easily going to get the job done here on the number 35 Aston Martin who's racing here. So the Last Minute Racing crew up into P6 here now. So with that being said, of course, the 45 car starting on pole position here in the race. They've been up in the top half of the race here for basically the duration of the race for the most part. They've been right there hovering in 7th and 8th place for the most part. Now sitting up in 6th place here, so we've seen many come in Stint 10, put down some foundation work, and we've seen the next driver come in here in Stint number 11 to carry on that groundwork, and now many coming in to try and seal up the rest of the race here. I mean, he's got 43 seconds in behind Win and the 764 car right now, but at the pace that he is obviously moving at here on the racetrack, it is definitely entirely possible that he could wipe that gap away here in the next hour and a half or so. I'll have to just wait and see what happens. Who cares what the cars look like? Yeah. I was just running a little bit behind getting into the lobby, and I mean, there are a couple things that we can do to get deliveries to load, but with the clock I was running on here to get into my position for stint number 12 here, obviously I did not have time to take a couple of extra steps to try and get all of our liveries to load on our drivers' cars here this time. So there is a couple of things that we can do in game, setting up in spectator mode. If we do not see all the liveries showing up on the car, there's a couple of things essentially we can do to forces the game to reset what it's displaying to us, I guess. So partially my fault. Again, I've been struggling with my streaming equipment here all day long, and that means it's been putting me on a tight timeline here today, unfortunately. I've probably made Jaeger No. What's going on here? My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, my suspicions were extremely correct here. Something is definitely going on. I don't know why the stream just dropped out. That shouldn't have happened. Hopefully, we're back on your screens here shortly, and we can go without issue here because. Not cool. Oh boy. Why my computer is acting like this today. Alright, I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. No idea what happened there. My software had an error and just automatically closed. I didn't even get an option to recover it. Nothing. It just shut it down. So hopefully we don't have that happen again. My hands are tied on this. We've been having technical difficulties on my end all day long. Don't know why. We've spent the week leading up into the weekend basically running a straight hard maintenance regimen to all of the streaming equipment and everything surrounding the page here because obviously regular content's commencing back on my own page here as we come back into next week, so I've been preparing my computer and everything and all the equipment for, you know, the heavy streaming grind again. A little bit disconcerting on my end as far as I'm concerned with what's happening here today. We have not had one of our stints really go smoothly and cleanly on the technical end of things, so I apologize to our viewers. You guys and gals are really the most awesome, patient viewers I've seen, so we are definitely plagued with some issues here. Just hopefully we can get through the remainder of the stream without any more issues would be good. An energy drink? My computer may need an energy drink. I don't know what's happening here today. Just cursed with a very unhappy computer apparently. Alright, I think I'm satisfied enough that we're holding, at least at this point. So BX Royal here for the number 11 Platypus Racing BMW. I know what I'm telling you is going to counteract what you're seeing in some of the cases here on the stream, but we're not seeing the actual car numbers of some of our racers with their actual liveries on the race cars. Are just not showing up properly. So thankfully, we've got a good memory and we know who is who. without seeing the paint on the cars, which is good. So we'd see here in the 764 car had what was it, 47 seconds ahead or a gap on the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR. Now that gap's down to 36.9. So there's definitely an opportunity here for the 45 car, potentially at the current pace rate, to try and close in on Wood C here, I think. Last Minute Racing 45 GTR here being piloted by Betty. Closing in quickly, Mr. SBS is now about 9 seconds in behind the 45 car. So the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin here is sitting in 7th place right now on the racetrack, the top half of the field, and has 32 seconds to the good over the number 3 Grid Life Lexus here, driven currently by IRO's GTEC. There is 19 seconds between Jakey and the Shadow from GT Finland Racing 66 GTR here, and then a little bit of a gap to the number 5 cam, and it's about 4 minutes, so about a lap separating 10th and 11th, 10th and 9th place, pardon me, here currently. So unfortunate here for the number 5 crew today. They have had an absolutely very rough start to the race. They've had a absolutely massive fight back through the middle and latter part of the race, and then had another malfunction with the car, which set them back significantly with 6-7 hours remaining. And appears that, well, obviously with the clock dwindling less than 2 hours to go, at this point 10th place may be the best they can get here today now, and not the ideal result, obviously, that they're probably looking for coming into the race here today. But with that being said, they are championship points leaders for a reason, and they may still be in a championship points lead even with a 10th place finish here today, but not what they were looking for sure, and going to make that securing that championship, so to speak, a lot more difficult than it was leading into the 24 hours of Le Mans. So it's going to be a huge standing shakeup between first and second place, especially in the point standings. But with that being said, Grid Life also has a couple of spots in hand on the number 5 Lexus here, which means they are also going to be gaining points on that number 5 car. However, they are separated from between themselves and the ERA camp, the 44 car here, and Grid Life obviously sitting third in points in behind that number 44 car, who is currently leading the race here. And there is a few positions between the 44 and the 3 car here currently on the racetrack. So right now, the way things are sitting, the 44 camp is definitely in a great position right now as this race sits here today, leading into our 24 hours. So, we got what I suspected I was just about to see there. We have lost our number 20 Aston Martin here. So race is finished for that number 20 car here for the day. They will not see that car return back out on track, and that was a disconnect from that final podium position right there. So what will happen there, ladies and gentlemen, is the officials have a formula that they use, and it is per mile formula of mile distance remaining in the race or stint. So in this case here, there is a 22 lap remaining in the stint for those drivers, which means they're going to take those 22 laps at the miles per lap multiplied by the number in the formula, and that will calculate how many seconds behind the race leader at time of disconnect that they would essentially normally come out if there was another stint, but in this case will just be added to their overall race and finish time, and that will place them where it places them in the overall standings here in the grid. So they did disconnect from P3 there, and by the end of the day, that will most likely drop them down probably somewhere around 6th, 7th place maybe. It's definitely going to be at least a 2 to 3 minute hit on finish time, I would say, roughly off the top of my head here. So going to firmly take that number 20 camp out of the podium here today, which is absolutely a devastating result here, as they had a very strong drive and definitely most certainly deserved to be fighting for that 3rd place position here at the end of the day. So we're definitely gutted for that number 20 camp here right now, Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, but it does not change the fact that they had an absolutely amazing day on track here today. The chat says that the current standing of this race, if it were to finish exactly as it sits right now, it looks like the IRO would have roughly a 4 points lead in the championship point standing. So that would surprise me. There is a pretty good difference between first and 10th place here. That's a big point spread as well. Yes, you can see BX absolutely are now currently sitting in 3rd place here. So Project Platypus Racing is a benefactor right there of that unfortunate disconnect there from the number 20 Aston Martin. And that actually puts the number 11 Project Platypus BMW into that final podium position here in 3rd place. So 2.5 minutes to 2nd place and 55 seconds to the good over the 764 Sector 7 Aston Martin chasing behind. So that is comforting, knowing that you've got a minute gap with 80 minutes of the race remaining, give or take. However, knowing obviously the drivers that are in behind trying to close that gap can be a little bit disconcerting. But yeah, he's about a minute and a half to the good right now to the 45 car that is trying to chase downwind here in the Aston Martin. So 33 seconds now is that gap between the 45 and the 764 car. So definitely delving into that 40 plus second gap there that we've seen after the positional change between the 45 and the 35 cars here a little while ago. So Mehdi Hafidi here in the last minute racing camp is definitely tracking, but it's a tall order here for him to hit for him to see a podium position by the end of the day here. I mean, he's going to pick up about 85 seconds to be in a position just to fight for that 3rd place, and he's got about 80 minutes to do it. So is it possible? Not impossible, not by any means. Anything can happen. It's racing, but even a tall order for a driver the caliber behind the wheel of this 45 car here currently, especially with the field of drivers on track with him as well. Right, 34 seconds to Mr. SBS in front of the number 3 car, 17 seconds in behind to the 66 car chasing. We've got the number 5 car basically closing in on the 66 car here, but all this is going to be doing for the number 5 car is you cannot take away the absolute amazing comeback drive that they were on in the middle part to the latter part of this race until the secondary issue really kind of hampered their charge back. Evil's doing a good job of managing the gap. The gap has remained right around that 22 to 23 second mark since the driver swaps have transitioned into our finale stint here. ORT and Azorian, number 1 Dodge Viper here, have done a good job of doing much of the same thing. They're pacing Evo up in the lead there in the 44 car, but also pacing a third place car in behind as well. So I mean, that gap hasn't really changed between second and third place too much. I would say the third place has gained a little bit on second place, obviously due to the circumstances of losing the number 20 car here with 80 minutes to go. So that tells me that the fourth place car was closing in on the second place to some extent or another, and now being basically what that gap was between the original third place and number one team is what the gap is now between the new third place and the number one team, essentially. So a little bit of time being gained from the third place car here, Royal behind the wheel right now. With that being said, Witt is basically just pacing. The Sector 7 Aston Martin is just pacing the Project Platypus BMW here currently, and then our number 45 car, piloted by Mehdi here, is closing in on Witt, but not in big leaps and bounds and chunks where we can expect to see that 45 car close in on the backside of Witt in the next four or five corners or 4 or 5 laps even. This is something that is going to happen, is going to be towards near the end of the stint, barring any major mistakes on the part of Witt up in front. So it's not going to be an easy drive to try and get that position for the 45 camp, but challenge accepted, obviously, and they are most certainly going to throw everything they have at it. Mr. SBS here in 6th place now for the 35 Loose Moose Racing team here, 4.5 minutes in behind the overall race leader, and 35 seconds to get to the Grid Life car, chasing in 7th place and behind. So 13.2 seconds to... Yeah, I know, right? That's it's tough to see. Hey, Petrol, I feel it. Jake in the number 3 Grid Life car here, 17 seconds ahead of the 66 GTR of the GT Finland Racing team, and 35 seconds in behind that number 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. I apologize, it's 5:30 in the morning here, so we're still somewhat waking up. Our body is waking up anyways. The body is like it's Sunday morning and it's 5:30. Why are you awake? But you know, we're powering through that. All right, Bruce Ted here for the 69 camp of Apex Hunter Racing, sitting 55 seconds behind the number 5 camp here in 9th place. I think we skipped the number 5 car here, our current championship points leader. That is potentially going to change at the end of our proceedings here today, but we'll have to wait and see how all that shakes out. There's stewarding, there's potential incidents, there's potential penalties, and etc. that happen on. But unofficially right now, the 44 car doing everything they need to do here coming into Le Mans to put themselves back in the immediate conversation for a championship discussion. So the number 5's misfortunes here at our 24 hours of Le Mans today have been of major benefit to that 44 car, who's currently leading the race. But with that being said, we have seen the 44 car have their issues here today as well. So it's not like they've been squeaky clean free from trouble here at Le Mans themselves. They have definitely not been squeaky clean free from all the drama here at Le Mans themselves, but have just suffered the weight of what Le Mans can offer, significantly less than the number 5 car has today, essentially. So with that being said, the results are definitely showing there, as we've got the 44 camp in the race lead and the number 5 camp in 9th place, currently about a lap and a half down due to the unforeseen circumstances here at Le Mans this weekend. I tell you what, Petrol, in Split 2 in the 24 hours of Nürburgring, we were, with within 65 minutes of race finish. So literally 22 hours and 55 minutes into the 24 hours of Nürburgring race, our final stint driver disconnected as well. So trust me, I fully feel your pain as a racer. My team and obviously the driver that was in the car at the time of the disconnect was absolutely dumbfounded, angry, devastated, frustrated, and all the above. So I feel where you're coming from, my guy. I feel where you're coming from. But remember, it's not all over. It's not like you're just going to get a disqualification and you're going to end up at the back of the pack with no points. I mean, obviously the calculation will take place and you are still going to end up somewhere in the mid-pack. So it's not a full-out loss at least, but a little stab to the old heartstrings for sure. It's the way it goes. It's racing. It's essentially no different than having your engine blow up with 80 minutes left to go. We had a little cluster of cars all together there. That was, we've got the number 1 camp making their way around the 64 camp here in a blue flag situation right now. And then who's in behind the 64 car is the 45 car of Medi here closing in. So that's interesting. That means that either the number 1 Viper has just has navigated around 2 blue flag cars, or that the 45 car, oof, a huge slide coming out of the corner there, is trying to get the lap back on the number 1 camp. Here's what it looks like. BX Royal for Project Platypus Racing in 3rd place. I mean, literally in the middle of no man's land right now. Much of the same thing for the number 1 camp as well. And I guess you could kind of say that for the 44 car here, even though that they're not really in quite no man's land. They do have a good, 22-second gap over the 2nd place driver. Wade here is still just a little under a minute away from that podium position, and still seeing that charge of the 45 car continue as they continue up the racetrack here. We're not quite halfway through our stint 12 here yet at this point either, and the gap is already down to under 30 seconds here. So we could potentially see that 45 car catch up to the 764 group here before the end of the race yet today. So there is a potential battle here for 4th place still developing. 16-second gap between the 45 car to 35 car, and we see the 45 car just navigate around that 64 car there. So blue flag situation in the form of Medi putting the sector 7 car lap down to their car, and now they're closing in on the 2nd place car, trying to unlap themselves from the 2nd place car here. So I guess that's the next goal here for the 45 car, is to pass the 2nd place driver and get a lap back on that car by making that pass. You see a good run there from the Mercedes. Sector 7 Mercedes in behind there. It's tucked in nice and tight in behind that GTR there, as that GTR continues to try and close in on the number 1 Dodge Viper from Team ORT there up ahead as well. So we have no immediate battles on the racetrack. It's going to be a little bit of just seeing who's on the ragged edge here in the final stint right now in comparison. Yeah, I mean, DCs need to be banned if we could only do such a thing. If only. Alright, so the number 5 car has passed the 66 car and unlapped themselves from the 66 car here. So within the same lap now of the 66 car is that number 5 car. Oops, I said the 5 car. That's not the 5 car. Game. Thank you. So as we just come out of Indianapolis here, or heading, out of Indianapolis here, you can see the space now between Macho and Shadow is that's a good 4 or 5 seconds. Maybe even 6 at this point. So, just doing everything they can with the remaining amount of time that they have. Try and make up as much time and distance on the racetrack as they can here on the rest of the field at this point. It's been a tough day for them, and they're you can't even call it recovery mode at this point. They're just trying not to at least lose any more positions before the end of the race. The chance of them gaining another position before the end of the race is a pretty tall order with basically an hour remaining before we see a checkered flag. So damage control at this point for the 5 camp, and just trying to get that car home here to the end of the day at this point. Number 1 camp here is 22 seconds. Evo's just controlling the pace right now. He's unable to grow that gap over the number 1 car. However, the number 1 car is not able to shrink that gap at all either. So a 235, 236 gap between the Project Platypus BMW and the number 1 Dodge Viper. That stayed constant all stint long here so far, so they're not really gaining on that first or second place car here in a sense, and they're not allowing the 4th place car to close in any extra time either. So they're in a pretty good position here right now. Can I comfortably say that they've secured 3rd place in this race here today? I can't say that, unfortunately, because there are some drivers here on the track that are closing distances and closing up gaps. So with that being said, even though the WID seems to be maintaining pace, the 764 Aston is maintaining pace with that number 11 BMW sitting up in 3rd place. The 45 car chasing the 764 car is faster than both those cars, meaning that he is gaining on both of those competitors. So we're just not seeing that gain right now because obviously the 45 car is not chasing BX Royal in 3rd place currently. He's chasing WID C in 4th place currently. So we are seeing the continued gains from the 45 car on the 764 car in that sense, but that means he is also gaining on the number 3 car because he is closing in on that number 4 car. Make sure everybody's up in the chat showing the love for our super chatters and our membership gifters and our donators here at the IRO YouTube channel as well. We definitely appreciate everybody that steps in on a higher level of support during these events, and all that just goes to the greater good of what International Racing Organization is doing here. The more resources available to the league, the racers, and the organization, obviously just the more and more that the organization can do as we move forward in the future. So we do appreciate all the extra level support in the form of financial donations and absolute legends, Deladia, I tell you. So we do have the 45 car now coming into pit lane, and will be the first of our group to make a scheduled pit stop here today. So it is going to start that pit stop sequence. Alright, so Zorian here in 2nd place, looking very strong here as well. Bringing that Dodge Viper home is the plan there, and no less than 2nd place if I had to guess. The final hour has started. be a close mid-pack finish. It could be. It could very well be, Shadow. I don't disagree with you on that. Once we factor in all those calculations and place the number 20 car back into the grid in a final running order, I think you're very right. I think it's going to be very close in the mid-pack. So I mean, every millisecond counts here. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place here for sure. Alright, so we got Mr. SBS here, the number 35 loose racing car is 46 seconds in behind Wid C here and has now 40 seconds to the good over at the 45 car, so getting that position back over the 45 car. However, the 45 car has stopped and made a pit stop where the rest of the field has not done so at this point yet. So 45 car is on a different strategy in comparison to the remainder of the field here on the track. Second penalty being carried there over the number 5 car there, so it's a little cumulative collection of penalties there around the racing lap for the number 5 car there. The 69 BMW here from Apex Hunter Racing comes and in 10th place here and has a good gap in behind the Premium GTR and is about a minute 16 in behind the number 5 car, so sitting in no man's land right now, but in the top 10. Premium GTR for the 64 Sector 7 Mercedes here is about a minute 40 in behind 10th place and has about a lap and a half to get over Slugsy in the final position here on the track. And only 13 teams today for the Le Mans race here. We are missing the McLaren on track here this weekend. And the RA Black 77 car here in 12th position. So 12 cars remain in the 24 hours of Le Mans here. So alright, so number 3 Grid Life Lexus there was within slipstream range of the 45 car there for a moment. Now just slightly falling out of that slipstream range here at 1.7 seconds, but the 45 car now settling into that new set of racing rubber and starting to definitely move up the racetrack here a little bit as they're now starting to chip away at opening the gap up on the number 3 car in behind. However, keeping in mind that the 45 car has made their scheduled pit stop here in the stint already, so in hand, in a sense, they don't need to worry about that pit stop here now. They don't need to worry about the scheduled pit stop here now anyways. You always have to worry about unnecessary pit stops until you're done racing for the race day, but Macho now coming into pit lane, making a pit stop here as well in 9th place. So the second of our drivers now making a pit stop here. Just having a little splash of coffee there. It was definitely a little bit confusing at the beginning of the season with two teams with LMR as their abbreviations for their team names. It took a little a hot minute to get it sorted out in the brain here in the booth, that's for sure, this season. So got last minute racing and then loose moose racing. Can be a little bit of a mind cluster, that's for sure. Not a lot changing in the majority of the gaps on the racetrack. Everything's staying pretty constant. The only cars that seem to be really gaining any steam on the track right now are the 45 car and the number 5 car. But just as I say that, we see the Grid Life number 3 car now move up into 6th position here, and the 45 car drop down to 7th position here, so a mistake made from the 45 crew here somewhere along the way, and Jakey now 3.5 seconds ahead of the 45 car up into 6th position here. So not sure exactly what happened there, but it was about a 5-second mistake on the part of the 45 car there, so interesting. Alright, so with that pit stop made by the number 5 car, that has placed them back essentially a lap down to the 66 car here. I was just getting a reference point, which is why I was jumping back and forth between the two cars there temporarily. I was just getting a little bit of a gauge at where the 5 had come out after their pit stop. So now with that being said, the 5 car has done much of the same thing that the 45 car has done. They've eliminated that scheduled pit stop very early on in the race here, and now just should be able to take these cars right down to the checkered flag at this point. So it'd be interesting to see if the 5 camp can gain any more position on the racetrack. However, with that being said, though, they got to get about a 4-minute gain in order to make that position happen. So had a slight wheel disconnection is what I'm hearing from the 45 camp, so that would explain the few seconds of time loss that we missed on the racetrack there. So not necessarily a mistake, but a mechanical issue that the driver had to deal with on the fly while under speed. So tense moments here for some of these racers still in Le Mans here with less than an hour to go at this point. Morning, hope everybody's doing good. Half-second track limit there for our race leaders in the 44 camp. They are closing in on Sector 7 Aston Martin in 4th place, which means they are looking to put 4th place a official lap down before the end of this race. And I'm thinking that's something the 764 car is going to try and avoid here before the end of the race, but Evo is coming. But half-second track limit penalty there, so that'll slow that lap down attempt a little tiny bit for the moment anyways here, as he's going to have to serve that penalty as he comes across our penalty serving zone here. It will roughly cost him about a second on that charge to lapping the 4th place 764 car. So our number 1 Dodge Viper, our defending champions from 2024, has 22 seconds in behind the race leader and a ton of time to the final podium position there. So the concern is not what's going on behind them, but more so what's going on in front of them in this case. Be PP's BX Royal here was in 4th place, but with that unfortunate disconnect from the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, they basically grandfathered up into 3rd place there. And but before that point, I think it was about 18-second gap between 3rd and 4th place. I mean, it was he was in the discussion to close up, potentially battle for that position either way, but instead was given a due to mechanical failure and the 20 car having to retire the car before the end of the race, essentially. But that doesn't mean that they're down and out. That doesn't mean that they're going to get no points after all that many hours put in racing. It just means that there's a calculation that comes into play. They're going to get X amount of seconds added to their overall race finish time at the point of the disconnect, plus the gap to the leader at the time of point of disconnect, and they will be placed into the grid based off of their finishing order running time. So it should place them somewhere 5th, 6th, 7th place, I would figure, at the gaps that we've seen at point of disconnect. So it's going to be a hit. It's going to be a 2 or 3 minute overall added time penalty to race finish, but because we're seeing large gaps in between the drivers, especially from front pack to mid pack, I suspect that is going to be smaller than they probably think. They're going to lose a couple positions at most, I think, all said and done there, but we'll have to wait and see how that all washes out in the end once the results obviously turn official. Again, all it is speculation on my part without having the actual official information and the exact numbers in front of me. Again, I'm just giving a rough estimation where we could probably expect to see the number 20 car end up here today in the final tally, I guess. So we are seeing the 45 car close up on the number 3 Grid Life car here, so we'll sit with this because, well, we don't have a whole lot of close quarters action happening here in this final stint. So this is a positional battle, so it is something to sit on and watch for a moment. Alright, 45 car tucking in real tight here, using all that slipstream up the straight here. Probably going to see the pull here for the move before the end of the straight here. If he's going to do it, he's definitely going to make it now. No, he's just going to give a push here actually to the number 3 car as they head in towards braking zone. So the 764, the 64 car now, a blue flag car in front of this positional battle here right now as well. So a little extra cog in the wheel of the battle in a sense here happening up in front, but I suspect that car is not going to get too overly involved with what's happening in behind him here for 6th and 7th place. I suspect that when the opportunity is the proper opportunity, and right, he will just absolutely get the heck out of the way of these guys here. But all 3 cars now very, very close together, are basically nose to tail at this point, and we'll probably see that 3 and 45 car be looking to get around the 64 car here up on the straight before the end of this little opportunity they have here to get around this 64 Mercedes. So and the 45 and 3 has navigated around the 64 car here now, and now the 45 car is going to take a look at that number 3 Grid Life Lexus here, side-by-side racing action here for 6th place Win C coming into pit lane for a scheduled pit stop here. And Betty on the inside here as we head midway through the Indianapolis sector here, and does get the job done. So does make the pass there on that number 3 Grid Life car, and that was a good sizable little healthy battle there. They sized each other up there for a moment and had a nice little side-by-side run through Indy. have the remainder of the stream showing Slugsy only. No, because then we'll miss battles if they're happening on the racetrack. We can't miss battles. We can definitely show Slugsy some more, but can't miss the battles. The number 1 Dodge Viper is now in to pit lane for a scheduled pit stop. We got the Grid Life car coming into pit lane for a scheduled pit stop here. 66 cars also coming in to pit lane for a scheduled pit stop here as well. I figured maybe there was going to be a position gain there. So that leaves Macho Monkey here. Now this is a 4-minute gap between themselves and the 66 car a little while back, so they're not going to gain a position here, and they're making a pit stop, so that surprises me. I figured the first earlier stop was a scheduled pit stop by the team there, but that may have been a unscheduled pit stop by the 5 camp there, and now it seems like they're making their scheduled pit stop here. So there may have been a damage repair or something that had happened in that first pit stop 2 or 3 laps ago there from the number 5 car, and we just didn't catch the fact that there was something wrong with that racing car. So I did suspect that was a scheduled pit stop, but in reality it was an unscheduled pit stop the first time around for the number 5 car. So now the pit stop that they made is, yeah, I know, right? We're going to take the chance and not charge the controller, because what will happen is if I have to plug the controller in while live streaming, you guys are going to hear a pretty large amount of white noise in the background. It's not very pleasant. And we're going to try and avoid that at all costs. So we're going to chance it. We should have about another 30-35 minutes on the controller if we're not using it before it full dies on us, I think. So we are going to be very close to the checker flag, but if the sound cuts out, we'll plug it in and we'll just have to deal with the white noise. Just kidding, honestly. I know. It's really early in the morning for me. I mean, my brain has not woken up yet today. That is for sure. It's just kind of in robot mode, as I like to call it. Looks like we were going to see a positional battle there, but Mr. SBS is going to pull it into pit lane there for their scheduled pit stop, where the 764 Aston Martin made their stop a lap prior. So not going to see that battle happen there, unfortunately, and that time is going to be given up there now with that pit stop. So it'll put the gap back to about 50-55 second mark where that lap is, where that gap was between those drivers. So now it's going to be where does Meti and the 45 GTR last minute racing team settle in with that pit stop from the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin here as he comes around the start finish line. He hasn't jumped to Mr. SBS yet in position. He does now, but pit exit actually isn't up until we head towards turns number 1, 2, quote unquote. and is going to take over 5th place there. So the 45 car now moves back up into 5th place, and the gap between himself and the 764 car right now is 36 seconds. So we'll see if he can continue on that path of closing in the gap here as they continue on towards checkered flag here. Mr. SBS just coming out is about 17.5 seconds in behind the 45 car and has about a minute and a half to the good over the number 3 Grid Life car here, who has also made their scheduled pit stop now. They have 12.6 seconds over the 66 GT Finland Racing GTR. So these guys also suffered a disconnect earlier in the race here and have been digging in and trying to crawl back since. I believe that dropped them down to 11th place at that time, and they're now back up into 8th place here nearing the end of the race. So I've gained 3 positions since that fallback here as well. The number 5 car is currently sitting in 9th place here. What happened? Weren't they P3? So 6 hours ago, they had another disconnect, Ray Oak, and had to take that, of course, time penalty to get reinserted back into the next stint. So they're basically just recovering since that point again. So they had that happen in stint 2. They've spent the latter part of the mid part of the race getting back to where they were, and then suffered another disconnect, unfortunately, which set them way back down the grid again. And unfortunately for the number 5 car, I mean, they're just out of time at this point to dig in and crawl back. They're just doing everything they can at this point. I mean, they're still a lap behind the 66 GTR here in 8th place as well. So you can see that they're closing in on 8th place, but when they do close in on the 66 car, that will not be a battle for 8th place. That'll literally be a battle to get the lap back on the 66 car, essentially. So not an ideal ending for the number 5 car here, obviously, with the great comeback drive they were having here today, but racing is racing, and sometimes a racetrack decides how your day is going to go, unfortunately, and that's kind of the case here today at Le Mans for the number 5 team. Le Mans most certainly had different ideas for the championship points leaders today, without a question of a doubt. We all wish that wasn't a thing. Trust me, Oak. We all wish that wasn't a thing. Nobody likes to see drivers disconnecting. That is 100% for sure. Just not a lot to report right now. I mean, the gaps are fairly significant between the drivers at this point. Nobody's in immediate striking distance of the other right now. Alright, camera time for the 77 black car. We haven't spent a lot of time on the 77 black car, RA black car here today. Obviously, they're just struggling a little bit in the latter part of the field here, but we'll sit here with them for a minute. Could be worse, and we had unfortunately we had the number 20 Aston Martin disconnect from 3rd place here in this stint. So I mean, a potential podium result taken away due to disconnect there from that team here as well in the final stint. So I mean, it's not something that's been just picking on one particular group of racers here today. The disconnection has most certainly not held prejudice, and has just absolutely massacred the hopes and dreams of a few teams here today, without a question of a doubt. So it's part of it, unfortunately. We're playing on a virtual platform, which means we're at the mercy of the internet. That's just the way it works. Gran Turismo or any other game, you always have the risk of being disconnected from a server or a lobby. It's just the way it is. If we needed 24-hour as a Cuba, yep, you would be. You're most certainly right. There would definitely be no lack of action at any point on the racetrack. Yeah, don't disagree with me for that. One bit on that. It doesn't want to show me win. There we go. .6 is the fastest lap of the session here, set by that number 5 car, and driven by Macho Monkey there as well. So that was a very, very fast lap, and if I'm not mistaken, that may be the fastest lap overall of the race as well now. So coming in and yanking that away here from the 45 crew, which did have that fastest lap of the racer in stint number 10. So times are continually still getting a little bit faster and faster before we get to the end of this race, so that's interesting as well. So we may see number 5 car try to navigate around the 66 GTR here shortly. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for that 8th place position. Again, it's going to be just to get the lap back from that 66 car, but it's still a pass nonetheless and a battle nonetheless. That is the new fast lap, yep, for sure. It's by less than a tenth of a second, if I'm not mistaken. See that half-second penalty. No, I just hate to see it. So, interesting strategy coming from the 5 cap here. It really seems to me like they're taking a shot at the commentators challenge at this point. I think that they realize that the race is pretty much set in stone where they're at this point, so we're seeing some unscheduled stops coming from the number 5 car here, and they're coming out on fresh tires and low fuel essentially, so just trying to push that overall fast lap of the race here, I think, is what the plan was and the intention was here for Macho, and has done so. They have secured that fast lap of the race here. Not officially yet, there's still racers on track that can most certainly challenge that fast lap yet before the end of the day here today, but definitely taking on a challenge of trying to get the fastest lap overall in the race and maybe potentially push that into a 53 range to make a said commentator shave his head bald live on stream before the next racing round. So it's an interesting development. We love that though. We love to see it when challenges get accepted like that. We see hard, legitimate pushes towards challenges. I know I could just be mistaken on that, but we've seen a couple of drivers really take a hard crack at that 53 here in the last 6 hours for sure. So whether or not they get it is different for me. If they get it, good on them. If they don't, heck of a good try. Because there have definitely been a couple of legitimate attempts to complete that 53 challenge here today by a couple of our drivers. So kudos to them. I mean, the fact that you can even get that close to doing it is just absolutely insane. There you go. So the fastest lap currently sitting there for Macho now. It does shrink up that points difference in the overall standing between the 44 and 5 car as this race commences here as well. So we're getting some good tid information here from our chat as always as well. For those that are already into the standings calculations at this point in the season, have a good handle on exactly where the point standings are at. Are definitely relaying some good information for us here as well. I feel like this is just becoming a hot lapping session here now for Macho Monkey. This is essentially what this is turning into. Obviously, they're going to be monitoring the gap between them and the next position, but I think they've got a pretty good cushion there, so they've got time to mess around with this fast lap scenario here right now as well. And that's not most certainly what they're up to. So they're not dumb. They realize that there's not a whole lot more for them to gain here today. So fastest lap point obviously being as important as it is, it definitely seems to be the goal and the focus for the number 5 car here for the remainder of the race here today. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, focusing on the fastest lap or bonus points can and have been proven time and time again, championship through championship, that bonus points can alter and make a massive difference in the overall point standings at the end of the season as well. So we all know that bonus points are massively important in any racing championship, and the people that hold the most bonus points at the end of the year, surprisingly enough, tend to be doing quite well at the end of the season. So bonus points are important without a question of doubt. Get the Clippers out, Cheese Bob says. Oh, they'll be ready, sunshine, don't worry. Yeah, that's what I figured too, Shadow. That's what I figured too. We're just in a nice, good, hot lapping session here now for Monkey. No, I mean, the 45 car has a small potential to try and potentially grab another position here, but I think that the gap is just significant enough, and the pace of Wid in behind the 764 car is good enough to hold off the charge of Medi here in the 45 car at this point. So I think that, barring anything basically dramatic or crazy happening at this point, I don't foresee a whole lot of changes happening in where the grid sits right now. That's just an honest opinion here from how this race has gone all day long. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next 35-40 minutes, I guess. And be more interesting to hear what the drivers are going to have to say post-race here as well. Take our time. We're going to float through the field here as the race progresses on, and we'll probably go keep our eye on the number 5 car here and there as he continues his hot lapping session. See if you can get down there. See if you can get that lap time a little quicker here yet. Our number 3 Red Life car here is 6.4 seconds ahead of our 66 GT Finland car, so I take it back. We may potentially have a battle actually before the end of this race here yet today between our 7th and 8th place drivers. Keeping a closer eye on this one. Alright, so definitely purple. That was about 2/10 purple here, so that puts him in about the 354 mid-range here right now. If he can get a nice, good, clean exit out of the final couple quarters here, looks like he gets a pretty good run. We're going to pick up a 1.5 second penalty there. It was a 354.713, so it wasn't quite an improvement on that fastest lap. However, it was definitely purple coming into the final sector there as he came around the racetrack. So unfortunately, he picks up the 1.5 second penalty, and that's going to kill the push on this lap here as well for him. But I guess he can just dial it back a little bit, get those tires to maintain the optimal temperature he's looking for in them, and then just get ready to set it the next lap essentially. Bruce is doing a great job. Slugsy as we know and love him. The 69 AHR BMW here, as we have one of our viewers just happened to be talking about this particular driver car. Happens to be where we are next to the grid, so let's have a little look-sees here. Looking like it drove through a wall of paint cans at 120 miles per hour. Fantastic stuff. But definitely the flashiest car and most easily to recognize car out on the circuit here today, in my opinion. Back to our race leaders here, the 44 GTR, the Esports Race Asylum crew here is 25 seconds in the good over the number 1 Dodge Viper from ORT. Has opened the gap up just a small little bit on the second place driver here. Second place is opening the gap up a little bit over third place here, BX Royal, and the number 11 Project Platypus BMW. From there, that takes us to 4th place and the 764 Aston Martin from Sector 7 Boomer team. And they have 35 seconds to the good over the 45 last minute racing camp, which was our pole sitter to start things off here today. So currently sitting in 5th place overall on the field, a little over 23 hours in now, a lot more than 23 hours in. We're nearing the 24-hour mark at this point, and has 16 and a half seconds to Mr. SBS and 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin here as well, who they've been having a great race here today as well. Comment in the chat there. Appreciate the feedback as well. We've all felt the pain of that penalty, I assure you. I mean, it could be worse. I mean, which is the lesser of two evils? Taking a 2 or 3 minute time penalty, get reinserted into the lineup, and still have an opportunity to gain back and gain points, or just get the DQ and get 0 points at the end of the day. I mean, those are essentially the two options, right? Or a last place finish is ruling in some leagues. If you disconnect during a race, you just get placed in the last place finish. If you have multiple disconnects in a race, and obviously it goes in order of who disconnected first in comparison to where you finish in the grid. So I mean, it could be a lot worse. I think that the system in play for disconnect is fair. I really do think it's fair. Does it take the wind out of your sails as a group and a team in a race? Absolutely. And I mean, it feels worse. And I'm taking this and talking about this from sheer experience in Split 2. We have been there. We've disconnected from every race of the season with the exception of last weekend's race. It was the first race we finally had a disconnect-free race in our camp. But, I mean, we disconnected 23 and a half hours into a 24 hours of Nürburgring race this season. And with 30 minutes left, we disconnect from the race. I mean, we feel the pain, and we fully understand it. But at some point, you have to give and take somewhere. And I think that the procedure set in place for the disconnect system is that happy medium of the best case and worst case scenario. I think that it's fair, and I think it's a very just system. It doesn't suck. Oh, for sure it sucks, especially if you're the one on the receiving end of it, right? But at the end of the day, I think that it's a very balanced medium. I mean, there could be worse ways to handle the disconnect at the end of the day, I guess. So we've got some teams focusing on much different missions than other teams here. We've got IRO just trying to get the car home first. Much of the same thing for the ORT camp, just trying to get that thing home for their best race finish of the season here so far this season. BX Royal and the Project Platypus Racing team, I think this will be their best racing finish of the season as well for them here, if they can hold on to this final podium position here today, and they're looking pretty solid to do so. The 764 camp here is, I feel like they've had a podium position finish this season, but I feel like maybe they've been in this position where they're just off of it before as well. So I think that they're right on the cusp of their best finish, or having their best finish of the season here as well in the 764 car. But they are being chased down by the 45 car. However, 35 seconds with not a whole lot of time left on the clock. I mean, we are on lap 27, just the beginning of it essentially. So we got a little less than 4 laps to go at this point here in the race. Zorian for ORT here in second place, very comfortable in his position right now on the racetrack. Much of the same thing for the Project Platypus BMW. Win C is in a comfortable spot here in 4th place as well. Much of the same thing goes for the 45 camp. Now it is a 17-second gap in behind, so it's not a massive gap in behind. It's definitely a small spin or a mistake or an unnecessary pit stop's going to just see that position go to Mr. SBS if anything were to happen. But 17 seconds, still 17 seconds, 4 laps to go on the track here. Mr. SBS is looking pretty safe and comfortable in 6th place in my opinion. Does number 3 Grid Life car really is the only driver right now, in my opinion, that is potentially at risk of losing one more spot here with the 66 GTR chasing from GT Finland Racers. So we're going to be kind of homing in, I think, on that gap of 6.5 seconds between Jake and Shadow and the 3 and 66 car. But over the last 15 minutes or so, that gap has been right around that 6 to 6.5 second mark. So hard to say what's going to happen there. Macho is on a final fresh set of tires here, it looks like, and going to continue to just press and ensure that they secure that overall fastest lap of the race here at this point. The only focus on their mind is exactly that. However, with that being said, though, now it's a 46-second gap to the 69 BMW, so they cannot afford any more pit stops here before the end of the race without potentially giving up an extra position away to the team AHR and 69 BMW. So I'm sure that they're aware of that situation, but with the gap distance now between Ted and Module being about 47 seconds, it's about 50 seconds for a quick tire change, stop and go deal. It's cutting some pretty fine lines right there, probably not worth the risk, so I would assume that we're going to see Monkey just take this the rest of the way to make sure they at least secure that 9th place position here as well. Of course he's aiming for that 353. Why wouldn't he be aiming for that 353? Fully quite understand the last comment in the chat there. Obviously it's in a slightly different language, but we'll throw it over to the number 1 car since we know that we've got some number 1 fans up in the chat there. I believe he's just congratulating the team on a good race. It's kind of what it looks like, but I am straight, just gets it. Alright, let's walk through the grid. Continue to get closer and closer to the race's end here. I mean, it's looking very strong. Like it's going to be the 44, the number 1 and number 11 cars standing on the steps here today, but anything can happen. We're not there yet. It's not over till it's over. Trying to figure out what I just saw there. My eyes saw, and my brain started telling me a story of what my eyes saw. My brain wasn't telling me exactly what my eyes saw there, I don't think. 6.4-second gap between 66 and 3. These 2 cars is the number 3 car of BX Royal as well. So a little bit of an interesting situation there. Has improved that fast lap. Now got it down to a 54.571. Piece of equipment here as we prepare towards the end of the race. So we are getting some information stating that if the race holds as it is right now, fast lap stays as it is, and there's no penalties to change the factors between the 44 and the number 5 car, it will be a 1-point separation in the favor of the number 5 car coming out of the 24 hours of Le Mans. Now that's just the information is that we're getting in the chat. That doesn't necessarily mean exactly what it is. But lost my train of thought. That happens. Alright, Evo here in the lead. But I can't honestly say, confirm or deny that that is the actual case. That's where I was going with that. So it could potentially be 1-point separation heading into round number 7 between the 44 and that number 5 car, which is interesting because that basically turns it into a 4-race championship between the two of them for the overall race win. Now we're not discounting the number 3 car by any stretch of the imagination either. They are a 3rd place point sitters here as well coming into the race today, but currently sitting in 7th place. So a little bit of a mixture of placements for our top 3 in the championship point standings in comparison to where they are placed here in the 24 hours at Le Mans. It was a 54 low. I don't remember if it was 0.2 or 0.1, but it was quick. It was most certainly a very quick qualifying lap. Second track penalty there for the 45. Never ideal, but no harm, no foul. He's just not under any pressure at the moment, so not going to really change. It's indifferent at this point where he is on the racetrack for how that's going to affect the race. Jake in the number 3 grid life car. I mean, this is right here, really the closest thing we have to a potential change of position before the end of the race. And I mean, that gap has stayed pretty constant around that 6-second mark between the GT Finland and the number 3 Grid Life cars. So I don't. There's still time. There's definitely still time for that to change. But as the race leader continues to go around here, starting lap number 30, I mean, we have 2 to go here in this 24-hour Le Mans, and that once the race leader finishes the race and takes that checker flag, there's only a 3 minutes window for the drivers to continue on beyond that completion of the race for the race leader. And where those drivers are sitting at the end of that 3 minutes will be their results for an unofficial finish in this 24-hour race here today. So. So it looks like Evo's just gotten around the 764 car in blue flag situation. You see pilot which is tucked right in behind Evo there right now. Taking full advantage of some slipstream and a little extra speed. 45 car, 33 seconds in behind Witt here. Was making pretty good progressive gains, but now it just seems to have balanced out. So, I mean, like I said, the only chance of a potential, I think, positional battle here now before the end of the race is going to be between our 3 and 66 cars here in 7th and 8th place, and very quickly is the time running out for that battle to even happen here as well. So we'll sit on board with the race leader here for a minute. Maybe we'll go jump. Let's go jump here to the 66 car. I mean, is chasing down Jakey. Here he is, definitely leading into that 6-second gap, I guess. So I'll sit here for a couple of minutes, see if we're going to see this develop, and then we'll go get back to our race leader here. The penalty here for number 3 Grid Life car. Definitely not ideal. You've got a car closing, but it's not a 1 second difference between the 2 cars at least, so it's not code red panic time yet, but 5 seconds is going to turn quickly into 4 seconds. So I mean that's it's getting closer and closer, right? So I mean there's definitely some pressure starting to mount here right now. As the 66 continues to close in on the 3, but I think that's just not quite enough, unfortunately, for the 66 car here today to get that last spot. Final lap as the race leader crosses the start-finish line here, so 4 minutes to go, and we're going to start crowning our podium finishers here and our racers as they come across. So Evo is leading the charge here, and not many cars left on that lead lap here. We have 3, as Witsy is just off the lead lap at this point, as Evo has just gotten around him here. So the 764 car just about able to hold off and keep on that lead lap here. And I mean, there's still this possibility he can get back around the race here before the lap ends here, but I suspect that is not going to be the case. I don't think we're going to see that chance move from the 764 to think they're sitting behind the race leader here, and accept their 4th place finish probably with a smile on their face. I'm sure they're happy about that finish here today. The 45 car in 5th place. We've got the 35 car in 6th position here. We've got the number 3 car in 7th, 4.6 seconds now the gap between himself and Shadow. That's important because when the race leader crosses the start finish line and that 3-minute final timer starts, that gap could be closer. It could be a different scenario all of a sudden. So interesting to be seeing how that's going to play out, because that is, like I said, the closest thing we have to a position changing at this point in the race now. Without officiating and all the things that happen post-race in the off-racing weeks, but that's a different story for a different day. Seconds separating Shadow and Jakey here. I just think that there's not quite enough time. Come on, Grid Light, put the hammer down, says Shadow. So as Evo comes out of the Porsche curves here and heads into the Corvette S's, that now leads us up into the Ford chicane and our 24-hour of Le Mans race winner here. So congratulations to the number 44 car and Esports Race Asylum here with a 24-hour of Le Mans race win. Definitely a very well-earned race for them there. Wincy is going to come across and take 4th place there as well, right in behind the race leader. So our number 1 Dodge Viper Overboost racing team here, having the best race of their season here so far this season, is going to settle into a nice 2nd place finish for themselves here today. And that was a great race. Good, clean, precise race here from the 44 camp and the number 1 camps here today. They didn't really look back all race long. The 44 car did suffer a disconnect and have to make some time back up to get into that 1st place position, but have certainly found their way there. The 45 car just crossing the start finish line there as well, in 5th place. So starting from pole position, ended up strong in a 5th place overall finish there for themselves here today as well. So congratulations to them. We've got the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin coming across there in 6th place here, as well as we sit on with our final podium finisher here, and that is BX Royal from the Platypus Racing number 11 BMW team here. And we should probably keep an eye on this here quickly too. 4.5 seconds still to gap, so it looks like Jakey is going to hold off the charge of the Shadow here in the GT Finland Racing Camp. I guess we can go watch them cross the line here, as 3rd place is in a different part on the racetrack right now. second penalty here as you get across start finish lines. It's actually going to cost him 2 seconds of time to the driver in behind, but unfortunately for the 66 GTR, he's just not close enough to take advantage of that. There will take the 8th place finish. We got 69AHR BMW is going to take 10th place, Prima GTR in the 64 S7R Mercedes is going to take 11th place, Slugsy in the Race Asylum Black BMW 77 car will take 11th place. Macho will take 9th place and overall fastest lap of the racetrack here for Sector 7 Esports race team, which should just keep them a sliver in the lead in the championship point standings if what our chat has been telling us is in fact correct. Not saying that it's not, I just don't know exactly what the point spreads and everything are, so all I can do is take their word for it at this point, and we'll have to wait and see what the official results say in a couple weeks' time. But we should, I think, have enough time here to see the Platypus Racing BMW cross the finish line here. It's going to be close, but should have enough time there to take the final wave of the checkered flag. He's the last car, I believe, on track at this point next to Macho, who's just in behind. So, and looks like not quite going to let him cross the start finish line there, unfortunately. But congratulations to ERA's Evo for the race victory there. And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be having a conversation with some of our drivers here post-race as well. And we're just going to give them a moment, obviously, to get into the podium interview room, whichever representative it is from the teams that are going to be talking on behalf of our top 3 finishers here. So we will just wait for that to happen. But that also means I need this card to play nice. Congratulations to all of our teams, obviously, that took part here this racing weekend. Any 24-hour race is no simple feat, and it takes an absolute massive team, drivers, crew chiefs, volunteers, and behind the scenes just for the teams alone to make a 24-hour race event. But special thanks to the International Racing Organization, its staff, its volunteers, its production teams, and every other piece of the puzzle that makes these things happen race weekend to race weekend. 24-hour event is definitely no slouch and no joke. And the drivers that come and conquer these races have nothing but the utmost respect. They're not easy. They're grueling. And I mean, we do this just for the sake of doing it for a hobby and having fun and entertainment as well. So you cannot take that away from any one of the racers that were here, showed up, and put in the time today. So we're having a little issue here, so just bear with, ladies and gentlemen. My computer really is not liking what I'm making it do today. Yeah, I'm coming. I had to restart Discord. Just bear with me here for a moment. Interviewers, ease. My computer is not being happy today. All right, we've got our race winners and our second place drivers in here now. So just give me one more moment here. We've got to do a little flick of some audios. We got to make a couple little tweaks and little touches here, and we'll go and touch base with our racers. So yeah, we should be good. Let's go ahead and start things off here with. There we go. Now it looks like I'm flashing, which means they should be able to hear me now. Congratulations and well done, first and foremost, to all the racers here today. Very tough, grueling 24-hour event out there, but we only can have 3 teams that stand on those higher steps at the end of the day. And congratulations to number 11 team, Project Platypus Racing BMW, for their third place finish. And of course, congratulations to our defending champions, number 1 Dodge Viper Overboost Racing Team, for their second place finish. And congratulations to the 44 team of Esports Race Asylum for the race win here today. It was a pretty dominant performance from the 44 cars and number 1 cars, in my opinion, but the 44 car has a small amount of adversity he had to face at one point in the race, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. But let's move to our number 1 Dodge Viper team here, the Overboost Racing Team. And the car looking absolutely fantastic, looking like it was very well suited for the track here today. So first and foremost, congratulations on a very solid run here for you guys today. I know the season hasn't started off necessarily the way that you were probably hoping, but the car change is looking very solid, and Dodge Viper is looking very strong here in the second half of the season. So congratulations, and talk us through how you're feeling and a little bit about how the 24 hours was for you guys here today.
Well, first of all, thank you for your words. And I'm feeling quite tired, to be honest, as I think most of the people here, the drivers and the organizers, will be after a fantastic 24 hours race. So, yes, for the team, the beginning of the season wasn't as we expected. We didn't perform as well as we did last year with the Lexus, but the change that we made to the car quite suited us for this Le Mans race, and the rhythm throughout all the stints was quite the same for all the drivers. We managed not to penalize so much, and I think it was a very good result for us, coming back to the podium, a strong second position in the race. Of course, the ERA guys were absolutely nuts with the car. The GTR was performing very well all throughout the race. They even got back from disconnect, and we all know what that does to the performance of the team as a whole. But they came back very strong. They won. Congrats to them and to the rest of the podium.
Absolutely, and very well said. And it was a bit of a bold pick, in my opinion. I think, to see somebody go to that Dodge Viper, of course. So, are you guys pretty satisfied with that choice? You think that you guys have made the right choice for the rest of the season with that Dodge Viper?
Well, it's always a bit of a gamble, but we didn't want to. Well, we tested the car. We thought that would perform well with all the drivers, and we'll just have to wait and see for the next rounds if we do perform as well as on this one. Of course, the 24-hour race is quite different from the others, because for us and for the experience we have, and I think it's for everyone else in the grid, it's most a matter of being patient and consistent, more than the single performance of the car. If you see, we had drivers like Medi today and Antonio doing crazy things with the times. But in a 24-hour race, what really matters is being consistent and trying not to penalize so much. And that's what he did. As for the next rounds, we'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely, and just to touch base, we are heading to Watkins Glen next. This is going to be an 8-hour race here for obviously Split 1 and Split 2. Split 2 will, of course, head off things, and then Split 1 will take the big live stream the weekend after Split 2. So Watkins Glen is going to be much of a different feel and style of race, obviously being an 8-hour race. Essentially, this turns into a sprint race for us endurance racers when you get to the 8-hour factor. How do you feel that the car is going to handle at a track like Watkins Glen? It's a short, technical, but very high-speed circuit that's very heavy on tire wear. How do you think you yourself, the team, and the car are ready and feeling about the Watkins Glen race upcoming? And do you think that the Viper should have good, solid pace there to potentially capitalize and continue on the momentum built from this 24-hour event here this weekend?
Yeah, we're hoping for a good result. The car is quite good on the bumps, and in Watkins Glen is something that we know it's quite important, especially for the last chicane. So the tire wear for this race wasn't that bad. I think that the car can do well also in Watkins Glen. It has a lot of power. Coming out of the corners, and hopefully we'll have to train a little bit harder in order to squeeze everything out of that car and perform as we are used to do.
Absolutely, and very well said, and a very well-deserved congratulations for you guys coming in as defending champions here this year. You're carrying that very big honor of the one on the side of your car, and starting to show why that you guys were our 2024 IRO champions here as well. So congratulations on a great race. I believe this is the best race finish for Overboost Racing team here this season,
Yeah,
and lots of momentum and lots to take back from this 24-hour event. So feed off that momentum and the great race. And it really was a textbook 24-hour event here from the number one team. So congratulations to you guys. And any final words, shout outs, any thank yous you'd like to throw out to your communities or your families before we move on to our race winners here?
Yeah, just thank you for your kind words and for the opportunity to speak a little bit more to the community. Shout out to the ORT drivers and all the team that are always behind us, and a very special word because I know all the trouble and all the work that goes into organizing these kind of venues. A big shout out and thank you to the organizers and IRO. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for your time. I know it's been a very long day, and we're going to let you get back to that paddock and go celebrate with that great team effort there in that number one Dodge Viper.
Thank you very much, and congrats to the podium also. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Also, all right, ladies and gentlemen, so that was ORT representative Vasilente coming from the number one Dodge Viper camp there to come and speak on behalf of Team ORT here today for their absolutely very textbook 24-hour race finish here. In my opinion, it was very clean, it was very precise, and it was very calculated, much like Vasilente said, and a very well-deserved P2 for them here in this 24-hour round 6 event. But that now takes us to our eventual race winners here. It was a pretty dominant performance here from the number 44 Esports Race Asylum team and car today. They've been showing fairly good pace and dominance throughout the season, but not quite enough to take that top spot in the championship point standings. But boy, today was a big one for the 44 camp, and we have Evo representing our Esports Race Asylum team here with us. So first and foremost, congratulations on a very strong performance in that GTR here today. For the most part, you guys led, I want to say, at least 90% of this race. If it wasn't for the exception of that disconnect in stint number 9 there, I think it would have just been a start to finish drive with this race here for you guys. But you faced that little bit of adversity, you buckled in, you dug in, you got your way back up into the lead, and you didn't look back. So congratulations, and talk us through how things went for you guys and how the race kind of, unfolded for you, and whatever it is that you want to add to that as well, Evo.
Yeah, well, I'll first start by following on from Valsalenta and saying congratulations, firstly to everyone who's obviously got to the checkered flag. Congratulations to the podium finishers. It's great to see ORT back up there, fighting at the top. It's really nice to have a familiar face from last year, and obviously 2 new podium sitters this season as well. So that's great. It just shows how competitive things are in IRO. And a big thank you to all the organisers, all the hosts, all the people who have third officialed, the streamers, and just everyone, all the drivers who have taken part and just helped us put on an amazing event this weekend and every single time we race in IRO. In terms of our race, it was we really wanted this one. Obviously, every race you want to win, and we're always pushed by that. But this one, for me personally, is my favourite race of the year. In my eyes, it's the biggest. I know some people will say Nürburgring, but for me, Le Mans is the darling of the calendar, and we really wanted to win this, and we knew the car was in a good place coming into it, and we'd come off of the back of some disappointing results, and while we'd been on the podium, we'd given a lot away in silly mistakes, and we weren't quite oiled as a team, since the first round of the season, and we really wanted to get back on the top step, and the number 5, the Sector 7 Esports, they've just been so hard to beat. With the strength and depth they have, and just the raw pace with the likes of Antonio and Monkey Man and Jay Marty, it's been so tough to stick with them, which just makes this all the more, more valuable of a win to us, because we've been able to, fight that off. And I know they've had a few problems in the race, but I think it was ours from the start, and we knew that we was in the hunt, and just awesome. With the disconnect, it was a bit of a heart in the mouth moment, but we'd been building that buffer in the event that something like that was going to happen, because you can just never be too sure. So we were building that buffer, and it helped, thankfully put us right behind, ORT. But that Viper was so hard to overtake. It was tricky because everywhere where the Viper was quick, we were slow, and where the Viper was slow, we were quick. We were always catching them in the corners, but it's tricky to make a move there without them just coming straight back at you. The pull that the Viper got was insane, so we had to work so hard for it. But yeah, everyone in the team is chuffed. They've all just done an absolutely amazing job, driving, hosting, being up to third official. The team has not only put in a great performance on the track this weekend, but also off the track in helping organise this event. So super proud of the team. Perfect.
Absolutely. And I mean, that changes things dramatically here, the way that the race ended here today. Now, obviously, this is unofficial results, the way that the race finished here today. Our podium finishers are our podium finishers. They get all the glory as they deserve here. But we obviously have to go through that process of officiating and all the post-race bubble jumble that happens behind the scenes. So, I mean, there's still the question marks of potential penalties and time infractions and such like that from things that happen throughout the race. However, with that being said, the front end of the group, was pretty spaced out and didn't really have a whole lot of what I would call sticky situations that they had to navigate, which really, I think, put them in danger of that stewarding, officiating that happens postseason. But now with everything that happened with the unfortunate day that the number 5 car had in Sector 7 Esports Racing, we know that puts that battle for the overall championship points within a handful of points between yourselves and that number 5 car, where coming in today that gap was much larger. So with 4 rounds of racing left, does that change your guys' view and mentality of what your goal for this season is, what your plan as you move through the season is? Or now does that change the way that you guys are going to be, say, preparing for the next 8-hour event at Watkins Glen? Is it going to potentially change the practice regiment and how you guys prepare, or is it business as usual and the goal still remains the same as you try to lock down this championship in the 2025 season?
For us, it's business as usual. We've just been taking every race as it comes. I think we made the mistake of winning the first race and then got complacent. You know, there were certain things that weren't matching up, and we've had to work quite a lot together as a team. So we've got loads of new faces this season that we didn't have last year. So we've had to work, really closely together to get this, well gelled and glued together. And since then, since the first couple of rounds, it's just been a case of taking every race as it comes, and whatever happens, and we'll move on from that and just hope to do better for the next round. And that just stays the same. We're right there, provisionally in the championship. We didn't expect to. If you told me that we'd be where we are provisionally now after Monza, I probably would have smacked you and said, stop talking nonsense. But it's happened, and we're now back in that fight, I think. But we just have to take every race as it comes, not get too ahead of ourselves, and just not make the same mistakes we did at the start of the season in getting complacent. We still have to put in the same amount of work. I always go into every event thinking, whatever lap time I'm doing, they're going to be quicker. So I just need to keep practicing and practicing. So maybe have a few days off and just get straight back to it, because there's no time to really rest. There's no time to drop the ball. And they're a very motivated and strung on group of drivers. So I know that they won't be, kicking about, relaxing. They'll be straight back on it as well. And we have to do the same. There's a lot of challenge coming from behind as well, especially in the shorter races, from Project One and the Project Platypus team, ORT now as well. I don't think going forward it's going to be a 2-horse race. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to get mixed in and have something to say about it. And we just have to make sure that if they're going to take points off of people, that it's not us.
Absolutely. You kind of pre-answered my final question that I was going to direct towards you in a sense. Outside of the number 5 team, I was just going to ask if what other teams right now are really sitting on the back of at the number 44 car's mind, and you pretty much just covered that. And it's glad to hear that the number 1 came into that discussion, because they've definitely replaced themselves in the discussion for potential contenders here in the 2025 season, especially with the Monza result, and now this really great result here coming from Le Mans as well. But with that being said, you guys were close last season. You were fighting the whole way through to take that overall championship away from that number 1 car this season, and you're right back in that position again here this season. So I guess, you're kind of looking at that same situation where you're there, you have a chance at it. Now, I guess the bigger question is, do you change the way that you approach it compared to last season, or do you still approach it the same way? Business as usual, so to speak, again.
Well, we started last season on the back foot because we immediately had to make a car change, and so we had the Corvette and we had it when it was strong, and then the car went away from us. With BOP updates, there was a massive physics update that completely changed the way the car handled. So basically, from after Le Mans last season, all of those rounds were just damage limitation. We were always on the back foot. We just didn't have the car to fight. And it was heartbreaking for all of us to, lose it on the last race. That was a really tough pill to swallow after leading the championship all year. I think, there is a bit of a different mentality, because we are now chasing rather than being chased. And I think it's always an advantage when, you're the one following someone else, because we have nothing to lose at this point, I think. Whereas they're the ones who have had the lead. They're the ones that have had this dominance in the last 4 or 5 races. And now we kind of get to change things up and say, well, we're going to put our front foot forward and let's see how you react to us. There's always a big mental battle with that. So I think being being the chasers is going to be, quite exciting rather than being the ones chased from last season. I hope it goes down to the wire again. I hope it stays close in terms of for the viewership and for the people watching. For us, I hope it goes in our way and it's a little bit simpler. But I know it's not going to be easy. We're all aware that it's going to be really, really hard. But all we can do is just give our best every single race, and if we come short, then we come short. I'm still going to be really proud of everyone in the team, but yeah, we're going to give it our best shot.
Absolutely, and I mean, very well said. Much like Vasilenta from the ORT representative there as well. Very well spoken here in the interviews today, and I don't think I could have honestly said it any better. I mean, we have to make adjustments and adaptations as our seasons progress, and you guys had a big hill to climb, and all of a sudden you're standing at the top of the hill looking over into the distance, and you can see everything that's up and coming. So you guys are in a great position at this point here, with that 44 GTR, and we have 4 rounds to see if we can make it happen at this point. So the mindsets are obviously in the right place, and the team is very focused, and that is obviously an important annotation for a potential championship to be brewed up, and the 44 car is definitely looking for that championship. So with all those great things being said, I'll give you the floor for any final remarks, and of course shout outs, thank yous to family, friends, sponsors, any support, stuff like that.
Yeah, well, just a big thank you to the whole of the IRO community. This season has just been a whirlwind. With the growth, the level of drivers that have come in, it's been an honour as a member of the staff to see how much it's grown. And we've had some growing pains. We've had some challenges, but they are great challenges to have. Dealing with such a demand for people to drive is something that we're very happy to have that problem. So just a big thank you to everyone in the community. A specific thanks, obviously, to the team for the amazing result today, and just for their hard work all season. Even the guys who didn't drive today have been practicing every day to keep us on our toes, and also just to be there in case someone had any issues and couldn't drive a stint. For me, they're the real champions. They're the real winners today because they've sacrificed a lot of time, not necessarily got to drive, but they're every bit as important to this win, today as the rest of us were. A big thank you to all the staff, everyone who's hosted, everyone who's been a part of the third official in, all the commentators. These 24-hour races are so exhausting, but everyone pushes through with such an amazing spirit. And from myself, Nick, Ray, Splurge, all of us who kind of steer the boat, we're just so grateful for everyone who's involved and puts in such an effort to make this happen. And just raise a toast to the future, to IRO, to keep growing and to keep becoming more and more of a spectacle. And on to the next one.
On to the next one, and the next one being, ladies and gentlemen that are sitting here still hanging out with us, listening to our great finishers talk, is going to be Watkins Glen, and it's going to be an 8-hour event. So this is going to be a very high speed, very high intense, very high risk style of race. We're four championship rounds away from crowning an overall champion in our 2025 season. Means within the next 3.5 months to 4 months, we are going to have that champion in split 1 and split 2 in the 44 car. After a very dominant performance here in that GTR today, has definitely put their hat in the ring for the discussion of potential season champion here. So great job today, and congratulations of course to the number one finishers here today, the 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR, piloted by several great talented racers there. And it was a great word said there by Evo. This is a team effort. It is not solely done and won by one individual in this style of racing. This is done by potentially dozens of members of each competing team. We've got 2 splits, which means we've got 28 registered teams, and each of those teams has a minimum of 5 drivers for sure on their roster. You got to think of the logistics that it requires to pull off 24-hour race, 12 driver stints, hundreds of racing miles, thousands of racing liters of racing fuel, and just hours and hours of stress and relentless mental terror on the racers behind the wheel of the cars, right down to the crew chiefs having to make the tough decisions and behind the scenes. Le Mans never disappoints. It was an up and down race. Stories were not finished right up until the end of the race here, and great battles throughout the whole race. So the final word is another great 24-hour Le Mans event here coming from the International Racing Organization. We would like to thank every one of you, the viewers, coming in from at home, at work, or wherever it is that you have tuned in from or still are tuning in from here, and have taken the time to come and show us support during our 24-hour event. It means a ton to the organization. It also means a lot to the racers. That gives the racers the desire, the fire to continue to fight hard, work harder, and continue to try and produce closer, tighter, more action-packed races over these long-distance events. And it's all for you guys and gals at home, the heart and soul of IRO. You are the reason why we continue to do what we do, and we would not have such a great league and organization if it wasn't for all the amazing support outside of the organization right here on the YouTube channel. We appreciate each and every one of the viewers. Most importantly, whether you're old, young, male, female, or even a pet to the family, you're still a part of the family, and racing is racing. So we appreciate everybody's support, and thank you so much for being here today. With that being said, this concludes our 24-hour of Le Mans here from the International Racing Organization. Thank you for hanging out with me. I was the host for the final couple hours here at GT45 Gaming, and I most certainly look forward to seeing each and every one of you at the very high-intense, action-packed Watkins Glen in a few weeks' time. Remember, you all matter. Family is the most important thing in life. And stay winning, and we'll catch you all on the next one.